Strange poltergeist experience when I was younger. It was Thanksgiving at one of my aunts. In my family, everyone was always into the paranormal and claimed to have seen things, especially a few of my aunts. Long story short, there's this chair, an old wooden rocking chair that belonged to one of my aunt's fathers, who's now long passed. My aunts claim wherever it went, strange happenings occurred. Me and my mom and 4 of my aunts were sitting in one of my living rooms, just talking about random usual stuff, when one of them brought up the chair that was in the same room as us. In this room also was an old computer armoire with double doors. I went over and I sat in this old haunted chair and began to provoke whatever spirit was in our presence. Expecting nothing, obviously, I jokingly yet condescendingly began repeating things like, "You're not real. Do something to show you're here. You won't do anything." Literally, pretty much immediately 15 seconds of me talking and provoking, the doors burst open from the computer armoire with some force, and all the paper and printer shot out into the floor. I was in shock. We all were. I had to be 12 years old. I'm 25 now, and I still remember and feel the scare as I did in that very moment. That was the day I realized this world's not the only one. No, there were no windows open in this room. Never do what I did and provoke a spirit. Okay, so this is a pretty wild story, but I, a 20-year-old male, and another friend of mine, Jeff, a 20-year-old male, were skateboarding down this road one night. We were completely sober and loved the fun of skating down this one particular road. The road loops in a circle, so when you get to the bottom, you keep going forward to go back up to the top. That's kind of important. Commonly, when skating down the hill, we would go at the same time, with one of us right behind the other skating down it. One night, however, I was leading and went first. It wasn't until I got to the bottom that I realized Jeff wasn't behind me. So I waited at the bottom of the hill for a minute, but still no Jeff. So I turned to continue forward and walk back to the top when I saw clear as day a person made of light. They were standing there, but also slightly transparent, so it was more like an apparition, an angel or a ghost, than a real physical person. Nope, this isn't real, I thought to myself. So I just stood there a minute, ignored it, and waited longer for Jeff. But he just wasn't coming. So I decided to walk around my brightly full-figured friend and go back to the top. I was just going to forget I ever saw a person made of light. I just wanted to let it go, like it was a delusion or something. But when I got back to the top of the hill, there was Jeff. And before I could say a word, Jeff looks at me and says, "Dude, I just saw people made of light and they spoke to me about you, and me, and about the universe." I was shocked to my core. I then explained how I was down at the bottom, internally freaking out because I thought I was fooling myself. To this day, whenever I get fearful about death or anything, I think about the validity of that moment and know there's more to life I just don't understand yet. My grandmother and the psychic. When I was 10, I woke up in the middle of the night, knowing that my grandmother was going to die. Something or someone told me her death was certain, I began to cry loudly, waking up my parents. My mom came to see me. I told her I knew my grandmother. Her mother was going to die. My grandmother was not sick, and we just visited her that day. My mom assured me that my grandmother was fine and told me we would call her in the morning. I cried about my grandmother the rest of the night and barely slept. Next morning, we called my aunt's house to speak to Grandma. We talked to her and she was fine. 20 minutes later, my aunt called crying hysterically. My grandmother had died suddenly. 4 years later, my dad got a job in a different state. We moved into a new house and we were invited to the neighbor's pool party. My mom and I went and we met another one of our neighbors who was a psychic. My mom was weirded out by psychics, but didn't want to know her future. Upon meeting the psychic, she asked the psychic not to give her or me any readings. But my mom went inside to grab a drink. The psychic turned to me and said, "You look like a type of boy who likes to watch scary movies," and predicted your grandma's death. I was speechless. I didn't bring it up at the time because I knew how mad it would make my mom. Years later, I asked my mom if she had told the psychic that I had predicted my grandmother's death, and she did not. I have no explanation for what happened. A woman sang to me in a cabin, and I felt very peaceful after. A few years ago, I was camping with some friends in Dayton, Ohio. We rented a small cabin that was literally just 4 walls and a roof with no windows or furnishing. It was fine though, because we only needed it for sleeping at night. On our 3rd night, a thunderstorm rolled in. I remember dozing lightly and hearing my friends snore. Eventually, there was a crack of lightning, followed by booming thunder. I was definitely, the only one awake at the moment. Suddenly, I hear clearly female voice singing softly from somewhere behind me. The cabin was so dark I couldn't see anything, so I lied still and listened. It sounded very much like a Native American language to my untrained ear. Very slow and beautiful. There was some kind of meaning behind every word, and it was very pretty. At one point, I almost propped up and asked, "Who's singing?" but decided not to. Something inside me was telling me to lie still and not draw any attention to myself in particular. The singing eventually died off, and despite how spooky it may sound, I really did feel at peace. I was comfortable sleeping that night, and it didn't take long for me to pass out. My friends apparently didn't hear or see anything, so I wonder what everyone here thinks of this experience. Something bad tried to follow me home from the woods, and it changed everything I believe in the world. I grew up in the Kentucky countryside with my family. My parents bought a house surrounded by farmland when I was really little. I lived there until I moved to Louisville for college in 2017. I was an antisocial kid and spent most of my time just walking or hiking in the woods around our home. It always gave me peace, being away from people who made me anxious, hearing birds sing, running creek water, and wind blowing through the trees overhead. That was how I coped with everything that de-stressed me as a kid. Something to note about these woods, however, is that my family only owned about 12 acres. My neighbors were farmers who owned somewhere around 400 plus acres. Their lands consisted of woods, fields, and hills as far as the eye could see. Perfect for a little outdoor kid like me. Luckily, the farmers were all extremely lazy and didn't keep up with their lands very often. It didn't help that most of the area consisted of woody valleys and knobs, not very ideal for farming. So I rarely encountered other people on my walks, and it was just fine with me. I never went into the woods for anything other than peace and quiet. Here's where my actual problem started, by the way. When I was about 13 years old, I was walking around in a particular far out area of the woods that I knew nobody ever visited. It was too far into the woods, where there weren't any trails or fences, no remnants of human presence, except for 200-plus-year-old graveyard I found sticking out of the foliage. Yep, I found an actual graveyard in the middle of the freaking woods. Practically in my backyard, which looked completely forgotten about. I checked the 3 headstones, and they were for a man named Tom, a lady named Sarah, and another girl named Lucy. I won't reveal their last names because I don't want internet people sniffing around to find my old home. Anyways, I was extremely excited about what I'd found. As a little Indiana Jones fanatic, I felt pretty cool about finding a lost cemetery. I messed up pretty quick though. While looking around the graves, I tipped over a really small headstone hidden in the tall grass. It was definitely a headstone because of the distinct way that it was carved. There were no markings on it. After I'd seen enough, I just placed the stone back where I'd tipped it over and started the long walk back home. While taking a shortcut through a field of tall grass, my heart almost exploded when I heard someone speed up walking behind me. When I turned around, there was nobody. I'm certain I heard someone speedily walking towards me from behind, so I stood there, looking and listening. "Hello?" I said. A girl's voice came from somewhere. "Father?" Yes, I heard a girl's voice ask for her father somewhere around me. I can't stress just how far into the middle of nowhere I was, so there's no logical way any other person could have been there messing with me. I didn't stick around after that. I calmly walked home as fast as I could without breaking into a run. I don't hear her or any following footsteps after that, but God, I was still scared. When I got home, I told my parents about what had happened. I don't remember much about their reactions other than my dad saying, "Couldn't have been a ghost." Probably just to humor me. Despite how freaked out I was by that experience, I never stopped going into the woods. After about a month, I actually went back to the cemetery to see if I'd imagined the whole thing. Oddly enough, I never had any sort of paranormal experience anywhere in the woods until years when I was in high school. When I was 17 years old, I saw on some show on TV about a team of ghost hunters trying to make contact with some dead girl by offering her toys and candy, then waiting to see if the ghost child interacted with them. Typical TV crap, I know. Being a dumb teenager, though, I decided to perform a test of my own. I took one of my sister's old Barbie dolls from storage and went back to that old cemetery to leave it by the same grave I knocked over years ago. I'm an idiot, but I wasn't totally unprepared. I brought a Catholic prayer Bible with me as protection. I've never had faith in God, even as a kid, but I didn't feel comfortable without something to defend myself with. So I went out to the old cemetery and set the doll alongside the same little stone, and then said out loud, "This doll is my gift to you, and you may do whatever you like with it. I mean, no disturbance, and I hope you are resting peacefully." I went back home after that and waited until the next evening to go back out and check on it. The next evening, I followed through with my plan and returned to the grave. I found something pretty disturbing. The doll's head had been damaged. Barbie's face was completely ripped off the head itself. The rest of the doll was unharmed. To make things even more creepy, I noticed that it was still propped up in the exact same position I'd left it. almost like it was never touched, despite having a missing face. I took a picture of the scene on my iPhone for proof and started walking home. I remember getting hit by some anxiety while walking and feeling a bit paranoid. At one point, I heard those same footsteps behind me for the first time in years. Something was following me, right behind me. An invisible being, only feet behind me. Once that registered in my mind, I felt a wave of stress come over me and I felt like I might actually pass out. Somehow, I actually stayed calm and continued walking, even though I could hear footsteps following merely feet behind me. My heart was beating out of my chest the entire time. I just kept walking and didn't dare look back until I reached my own property. I reached the fence that divided my family's land from the unkept farmland, and I stopped. I still had that prayer book in my pack, and I decided to read some ominous prayer to ward off whatever was following me. I stood there and found a particularly powerful prayer that said something along the lines of, "God's foes tremble at the mention of his name, and all the Lord's sheep are under his divine protection." Blah, blah, blah. I read it out loud. I barely even finished the prayer when a massive tree branch came crashing down only a couple yards from me. The branch was definitely big enough to have injured me if I had been hit. I stayed perfectly still. I may have been too scared and surprised to move, and heard something like a pained gurgling noise coming from the woods I'd just come from. This was the scariest thing I'd ever experienced. It sounded kind of like a man choking and gurgling something in his mouth. I knew I'd just angered whatever was following me. I screamed, "You can't follow me any further. I'm not scared of you, and I know you can't hear me, so fuck off." The woods went quiet again. No more branches fell, and the nasty gurgling sound stopped. I calmly walked home and locked myself in the room to stew on what had just happened. Wish I could say I handled it like a man, but I didn't. I had a bit of a breakdown when I realized what actually just happened. Never had I fully believed in ghosts, spirits, angels, demons. But that evening, everything changed. I now know that evil entities, they do exist, even in the middle of the woods. The woods were my safe place as a child, and that whole time, I was practically playing with fire. The fucking devil lived in the same woods I was playing in as a child. I eventually told my girlfriend at the time, and she just got really mad at me. She's a Christian from a devout family of believers in the supernatural. She begged me to delete the pictures of the doll on the grave and never go back in those woods. Yeah, I know. There goes my only proof of the incident. I get it. You try arguing with this girl, though. So there. I've been meaning to talk about this shit with someone for a long time. It's hard to talk about it with people, though, because I know they're looking at me like in complete disbelief. I don't really blame them. It's a ridiculous story, I know, but my life changed after this. I think about these events a lot in my daily life. I'm not scared of the dark now, but I'm much more careful with it. There's some really bad and disturbing shit in this world. Be careful. I was visited by my grandmother 3 days after she passed away. Do you believe in spirits? I was at work. It was a small booth, and I had just finished serving a customer. I turned back around to help the next customer. There in front of me, but to the side of my counter, was my grandmother. She had passed away a few days earlier. She stood there smiling at me, and then bent down as if she was about to grab something, maybe a bag. It startled me. And I went into the back room a few feet away. I looked up at the monitor, which showed me at the front counter, and she was gone. My grandmother always wore these clothes, cool fashionable matching outfits. I don't ever recall her wearing this green one she had on. My grandmother passed away in the UK. I never got to go to her funeral, but when I saw her, I no longer cared to go. She came to me, and I'll have that moment forever. I never told my dad about it. My wife was right next to me when it happened. That was not the only time she visited. Maybe a year or so later, I'm at work again, at the same booth. The area I worked in had 2 other booths. During breaks between flights, we usually leave our counter. I was the only one in the area. The closest person near me would have to be about 80 or 100 feet away. I felt a breeze and noticed a scent. It was my grandmother's perfume. There's no explanation for it. I don't know where it came from. I did walk around the small airport trying to figure out where the scent came from. The Devil's Footprints. About 15 years ago, I traveled to Spain with one of my best friends. We were both around 20 at the time, living the carefree young adult life, just 2 guys having a great time. We were in a warm country. No carefully filled itinerary whatsoever. Just living in the moment, doing whatever we felt like. My friend, who originally came from Spain, still had family there, which made the month-long travel very affordable since they offered us free accommodation. A roof over our head, a working bathroom with fresh showers, and 3 meals a day if we liked. They also gave us a spare key so we could just come and go as we liked. During the day, we often went swimming to keep as cool as possible. And during the evenings, we often explored the city, went for drinks, or went to the club. On a certain day, somewhat more to the end of our month-long stay there, the father of our host family, my friend's uncle, took us out for a fishing trip. We had a lot of fun out in the sea, although the trip was cut short because we had a bit too much fun consuming beer. The burning summer sun, too many beers, and that wavy feeling of being out in the open sea made for a very, very bad case of seasickness for both my friend and me. His uncle, though, it was funny though. After having had an afternoon rest, or as they called it, a siesta, and a very fulfilling late-night dinner, we decided to go back out to the beach. We took a couple of cold beers with us. However, we didn't take as many as we were still feeling a bit groggy from before. It was a beautiful night, open sky, no clouds, little to no pollution, making the twinkling stars very visible and present. Being on vacation, being young, and still warm but comfortable summer night, with a light breeze and a starry sky, it was the perfect moment to talk about the meaning of life, about what we'd like to achieve one day, about what was worth it or what wasn't, if there were any other intelligent life out there, if we would live another 1,000 years or not. The crashing of the waves against the sand of the beach and the rocks, it was all very calming. It was lulling us into a meditative state. Only that moment in that place seemed to exist. There was no outside world, no life with responsibilities, no obligations, no expectations, no working hard to get somewhere. It was that moment we noticed something was off. The crashing of the sea against the sand of the beach sounded different, harder, like something was moving in it. Under the waves was a vague shape, and it started to form. As it neared the shoreline, it started to get into the shape of a dog. We both looked at each other and noticed we'd been holding our breaths for about a minute. It took the dog to crawl from the sea to the shoreline. The tension broke as we both burst out laughing, because we'd just been so easily startled by something so innocent. But then my friend asked the question that made the newly regained light mood go away in an instant. Where did that dog come from? There's no one around. We never saw any dog go into the sea. Neither was there any dog swimming around. It came from under the water. Now that, having it worded it like that, it seemed rather curious, and actually that dog seemed pretty big for any existing dog I'd ever seen. As it was crawling along the beach, solely illuminated by the first quarter moon, it looked like the size of a small horse, but in the shape of a dog or a wolf with matted fur. It had very present bony joints in its knees and elbows, and walked a bit awkwardly. My friend and I were debating if we should follow the beast, and decided we actually want to find out what actually it was. I took out my phone and started to film it. For as far as a 2008 smartphone could film in the dark. By the time we reached the place at the beach, where it had left the water, it had already reached the sand dunes and disappeared into it. We saw it had left tracks and decided to follow them into the dunes. We weren't prepared for what we saw next, though. The beast had left a track in the wet sand in the form of individual hoof prints in a straight line instead of a crisscross pattern, as with any other four-legged animal. No horse could have walked in such a line, and even though it had looked like the size of a horse, it hadn't looked anything like the shape of a horse. Neither were horses aquatic animals. We followed the track into the dunes and went over the first dune when we saw the beast, standing about 10 meters from us, in a speck of moonlight. It didn't look anything like a dog either. It looked like it had the lower half of a goat, and upper half of something like a werewolf, or something. Just the dimensions were off. The shapes were awkward. It was such a big animal, neither of us could place it under any existing animal we knew of, with matted fur and bony joints that had just come out of nowhere from under the water, but could clearly walk and survive on land as well. That left hoof marks in a straight line. Because we had just stumbled through the bushes closely behind the beast and had given away our presence, it slowly started to turn its head towards us. While it was turning towards us, it stood on its hind legs. Not only was this animal that came from under the water, as well as could survive and walk on 4 legs, it could clearly stand and walk very well on 2 legs as well. The beast gained even more size by standing on its hind legs and must have been around 2.5 meters. It stared at us with red glowing eyes. These were not to be mistaken with the eyes of any nocturnal animal with reflective eyes. These were actually glowing from within. I felt stuck in my spot, completely frozen. But luckily, my friend, who was just 2 steps behind me, had the mind to run away and pull me with him. We ran for what felt like an hour, but must have been closer to 10 minutes, because we reached the house of my friend's family before we knew it. The beast hadn't followed us, or at least not all the way. We were in and told the entire story to his uncle. Of course, he thought we must have still been drunk and tired and had seen things that weren't there. But when we showed him the recording, he went pale. He took a shovel. A gun would have been more impressive against a beast like that, but it's not the average European that just has guns lying around, and asked us to show us where we had seen it. We searched for almost 2 hours, but didn't find the beast again. However, we did find the hoof marks, albeit a bit washed up because of the current of the sea. We went back home, trying to make something of what we had seen, but couldn't. We needed to know what animal we had just seen. We started Googling all kinds of things. Of course, with the lower half of the beast looking like a goat, we stumbled upon a lot of myths about the devil, which we discarded. We had seen an actual live beast that wasn't known by humanity yet, and wanted to know if any other people had ever seen anything like it. It was only when we Googled hoof marks, one straight line, that we stumbled upon the term the devil's footprints. So it was an actual thing, or at least something that had been supposedly seen before, according to myths and stories. But they must have had some truth to them, since they described exactly what we had just seen with our own eyes. The few days we had left in Spain, we spent our nights with our friend's uncle, trying to find the beast again, but to no purpose, as we never saw it again. When I came home a few days later, I saved the recording on my hard drive, not sure what to do with it yet. I didn't want to be the crazy guy that had just seen the devil, because I still don't believe I did. I just don't know what that animal or this thing was, and how come we haven't documented this beast yet. I tried to forget about it, but couldn't, and over a year later, I decided I wanted to publish the recording in hopes anyone that could make any sense of what had been seen that night. The uncle of my friend hadn't seen the beast at all at the time, and had asked around town if anyone ever seen it, which they didn't. I had switched phones by then, but luckily, I had the recording saved on my desktop, where I had replayed it at least 1,000 times. I booted up my desktop, and something was wrong. I had to restart my desktop a couple times, and after booting it up in safe mode, I got the message that my hard drive had crashed. I tried whatever was possible to try, but I couldn't recover the recording in any way. 15 years later, I'm still breaking my head over what that beast we encountered could have been. But by now, it's a story my friends believe just for making conversation. Only that friend and his uncle are still branded by that experience as well. My friend even took it so far as to go live in Spain again, near the beach where it all had happened, and still continues to actively look for the beast to this day. Maybe one day he'll find it. She's here. Years later, I'm still trying to make sense of this encounter. I'm a science-based believer. There has to be a good reason behind something moving on its own. I didn't in younger years know how to tell people no. I ended up going on vacation with a fellow I wasn't really into after a lot of their persistence, not knowing boundaries. We stayed in his parents' brand new built guest room. I didn't want to do anything with him and also felt a sense of dread and impending doom. He tried to make moves. I became more withdrawn and told him that she was here. She was, even though I never really believed in her. He tried to convince me to lay down with him in bed to escape this anxiety he thought I was experiencing. I laid down, he laid down next to me. The second he reached out to touch me, a 4x2-foot panel of glass above the guest bed, right above our heads, popped out perfectly and nearly fell on top of us. He, with quick reflexes, reached his hand out and caught it, sliding it onto the floor where it shattered. We both heard what sounds of gravel, running, and a woman crying. We went outside to investigate the middle of the desert in Arizona, nowhere near a city. There was nothing and no one. He didn't believe in her. He did after. I still don't believe in her, but she seems to protect me. His family accused us of doing the deed to the point of breaking the window. We sat in opposite corners of the room after the incidents until the sun rose. Interesting experience at the Whaley house with my 2 toddlers. Visited the Whaley house in San Diego with my fiance and our 2 toddlers, 1 and 3. Neither of us are very huge believers in ghosts, but I guess you can say we're open to the idea. We didn't expect much from our 25-minute tour with the small crowd. My fiancé and I didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, and the vibe was sort of purposely made to create spooky, haunted atmosphere. That said, when we entered during the room portion of the house, our 3-year-old had a strange experience. She wore a leash because she had a tendency of randomly sprinting off in crowds. It's a toddler thing. The leash was strapped around her waist on a buckle. The whole trip in San Diego, she never managed to take it off. But suddenly, as we were about to proceed to the next room on the leash, it was just laying in the floor in a matter of seconds. It was incredibly bizarre. Then her 1-year-old, who's normally pretty chill, was acting like she was watching CoComelon. She was all giddy and excited and laughing. It was so strange to see the energy switch. My dad owns a farm that is on top of an old Native American camp. Quick context, in case it might add to the story. I'm 24 now, and I'm Native American. During the time of this story, I did not practice witchy stuff, but now I do. Also, anytime I went to the property with my dad, my friends and I always stayed in separate campers, so we had it to ourselves. We could stay up late and not keep my dad and stepmother awake. My dad owns a property in Virginia that he visits every weekend. He turned it into some sort of a farm. There's basically a big mountain with a small field on top of it, and a much larger one beneath it. He has goats, cattle, and a donkey. He's had the farm for probably about 11 years. During my years through middle school and all through high school, I went with him every single weekend. Most times, I'd bring a friend. We found out about 2 years into owning the property that the land used to be a Native American camp. There's also a small cave on the edge of the property that we found out has skeletal human remains in the center part of it. The cave used to be only having an opening at the top part of the mountain, where sometimes tribal members would be thrown down as part of a sacrifice. We found out that the spot was an old native camp because 2 men showed up to our property one day and explained it to us and asked permission to go through to one of the fields my dad had recently sort of dug up in preparation to plant seed for corn. Now, there's a cavern you can crawl into at the bottom where water runs out. The water is sort of carved out a tight space where you can crawl through on your stomach. I've never been able to get into it myself, but my dad has. I'm too scared to go through it because during the summer, when it's warm enough to crawl through the water, there's usually hundreds of crickets and spiders on the ceiling, which the ceiling is low enough already to where your back is going to brush up against it the whole way through. I bring this up because my dad doesn't believe in the paranormal whatsoever. But even he has told me he gets a bad feeling from that cave. There used to be an old rotting house on the property, right next to where our campers were. It was built really weird, sort of like a spiral. It went living room, then kitchen, then sunroom. In the sunroom, you could go left and it went another room, small unknown room with a bathroom. Turn left again, and it was my bedroom. There is a staircase leading up to the attic from there. Most of my friends and I absolutely love the paranormal and everything around the topic, specifically me and this friend named Allie. One day, right as it was starting to turn dark, Allie and I went into the house. We stepped into the living room area and heard a thud from the attic. We were a bit nervous, but went on into the kitchen before we heard something start stomping across the floor above us, and it sounded like it was heading directly towards the staircase to come down. It was too large to be something like a raccoon or a possum, and a bear couldn't have got into it either, due to how the house was built. Allie and I ran out, and we stood on the porch for a moment looking in the window, but never saw anything. We decided not to go back in, and went to ride ATVs and such for the rest of the evening, just to have fun. A year or 2 after, my ex-girlfriend and I were at the farm in her camper. I'll call her E. E was heavily into paranormal stuff, even more so than I was. One night we were playing games on our computers together. It was about 11 p.m.-ish. At the time, our camper sat on a hill that overlooked the cornfield, and it also sat over the side of one of my dad's farm sheds, where we could specifically see the side door and not the huge barn door. Basically, look out the left window and see a cornfield. Look out the side window and see the door. There was a lot of moonlight at the time, so it wasn't pitch black, and we could see the field and everything else. I remember we heard something faintly scratch on the side of our camper, which is what made us look outside. We looked out toward the cornfield for a few minutes and never saw anything. The field was a good ways away, but still very visible. We both saw it. What looked like a head was going through one of the rows of the cornfield. It was going in such a way, though, that it didn't look like it was walking, but maybe sliding. We both panicked a bit and closed the curtains and tried to distract ourselves. The next night, we actually ended up using a Ouija board, one that E had brought from home. We weren't having any luck with it at all and decided to put it up. We decided to try to tell each other creepy stories and try and, I guess, make up for the disappointment from the Ouija board. At one point, we both looked out of the side window that faced towards the side door in the barn. There were reeds and such growing near the door, but we both kept talking about how one or another specific reed looked like an arm that was reaching out of the door. We kept joking about it for a bit, but after a few minutes, I shit you not, that arm-looking thing reached around the door handle. We didn't see what it was because we both freaked out and ducked down to hide after we turned the light off. We sat in silence for a good 30 minutes, and I don't remember much after that. Since then, we've had a ton of other weird occurrences. And about 4 years ago, my niece and I decided that we were maybe dealing with a Wendigo. The reason why is because she and I were going through the trails on one of our ATVs together with our small chihuahua, Tiny. We were using one of the ATVs that was shaped like a golf cart, had a cover and glass over it, etc., and multiple seats. It had stormed recently at the time, so we were going through and cleaning branches, usual riding paths, and just having fun in general. Every time my niece and I would get out of the ATV, Tiny would just stay in the middle seat and just watch us and wait till we got back in. We always stayed in his sight, though. He was a clingy boy. Rest in peace, Tiny. He passed in 2020 at 18. At some point, Tiny started getting nervous and making whining sounds and letting out little yips. We started smelling something that smelled like rotting flesh. We didn't think much of it at first and thought we might be near a deer or something that had passed away, until we heard something from a different direction that sounded like Tiny, but it sounded like something had tried to mimic Tiny's whines. This is when my niece and I got a bit panicked. We hopped back on our ATV and sped back to the campers. Again, my dad doesn't believe in things like this, so we tried not to bring it up with him. But we did, and he laughed and said it was probably a bear or something. We went into our camper and sort of stayed there until it got dark, and until my dad and stepmother went into their own camper. As it was getting darker, we kept seeing something moving around in the tree line, which was probably about 200 feet away from the camper we were staying in. Once it got completely dark, it was about another hour until we reached and we started experiencing some stuff that actually left my niece scared as well as me. The camper we stayed in was one of those small ones that just slides into the back of the truck, super tiny. Something brushed up against the side of the camper, enough to make it tilt a bit and start shaking and hit the ground again. Then we started hearing something breathing heavily right outside. At one point, the door handle started to open, but then stopped. My niece was crying at that point. And just to note, my niece was 14 at the time. She loved scary stuff and even went walking into the woods with me at night on the property, just for fun. It was very unlike her to get this scared. I was scared myself, so we both went quiet for a long time. After we heard the scratches and breathing for a while longer, it went again. We were both too scared to even move or make a noise, so we ended up staying awake until daylight, and we heard my parents awake outside. Once we heard that, we both finally laid down and went to bed for a few hours. If people got this far and are interested in more of the creepy things I've been dealing with here, I'm happy to share, but it's a long story, so I'm doubtful. In the past 2 years, I finally got my first boyfriend, in real-life boyfriend anyways, and we still go to my dad's property with him occasionally. My boyfriend was a skeptic until some of the things he's witnessed with me up there. My experience, for what it's worth, anyone else have this happen? But I have 2 experiences in my life I can't rationalize. When I was about 8 years old, I lived with my mom and older brother. I was playing what we called the den. It was a sunken room that connected to the garage, kitchen, and dining area. This is where we keep the toys and such. I was in there playing with some toys. There was no overhead light, so the only lights were coming from the dining area behind me and the kitchen to my right. As I was playing, I see a ball bounce and roll toward me. I knew it was one of those red balls from school, but it wasn't solid. It looked like when you press against your eyes and you see the blackness and the swirling colors. I stared at it, stopped for about a foot away from me. My mom was at the dining room table behind me, but was not aware. Then I felt like I was being watched. You know that feeling. I look up toward the doorway that leads to the kitchen, and peeking over the side, as if I were being spied upon, was a figure. But it was familiar. It was my same build and shape, but made up of what seemed like black swirly stuff as a ball. It was just watching me. I stand up and moved toward it and fled. I followed it to my room where the lady glanced and the foot was just going into the closet. I never saw it again. Brain farts or something else? There are several incidents in my life which I think are likely brain farts, but who knows? They might be something else, so I'll list them here. 1. 2014, 8 p.m. I was crashing on my sister's couch, and there's a shared bathroom. I saw her housemate get out of the bathroom and went into the shower. However, as soon as I stepped into the door, I felt something and looked behind. I saw her housemate again, but walking in the other direction, then disappeared into thin air. 2. 2016. I was working in an oil rig in the middle of the forest. For your information, an oil rig is basically like a construction site with people wearing helmets and coveralls. We work out in different offices, basically looks like a shipping container each one. Company staff like me wore orange overalls, while contractors wore blue. I had to go to a different office, Office B, on the other end of the rig to meet with 2 contractors, blue coveralls, every now and then. So one time at 4 a.m., I walk out of my office, which is Office A, and go to Office B, and notice someone in the orange coveralls and a helmet walking ahead of me. I continue walking all the way to Office B, which the guy in front of me seems to be headed to as well. He was right in front of me when we were directly in front of Office B's door. However, when I opened the door, there was no one except for the 2 contractors in blue coveralls. I asked, and no one came in before me. and both of them were already inside for hours. 3. 2021. One time I saw my sister seated at a table downstairs, but when I went upstairs, there she was in her room. I looked again downstairs, and there was no one there. 4. 2022. I had a big apartment with my wife on Christmas Eve, and we slept in separate rooms that night. I saw up reading that night, and I heard a soft knock on my door, and I heard a soft, "Honey." Still angry at her, I didn't respond. The next morning I got up early to have breakfast, but I noticed my wife had gotten up earlier than me, which was strange for her. We made up the day after and talked about our experience. My wife did not knock on my door that night and say, "Honey." What was more scary was the fact that that morning, she was woken up at 5 a.m. by knocks on the window and someone calling honey, but she could not see anything or anyone. 5. 2022. One afternoon, as I fell asleep, I heard, "They cannot help you." 6. 2023. I had a dream about being haunted and heard, "Come here," as I woke up. These are some of the things I've experienced, which I think were visual and auditory hallucinations. Marriage cursed, or an overactive imagination? So there will be several possibly supernatural incidents here that I thought I'd share and would appreciate comments as to whether there might be something supernatural about them, or just me and my wife are being silly. Background. My wife and I are from different countries in Southeast Asia, and we were in a long-distance relationship for several years before getting married in 2020, just a month before lockdown. Prior to that, neither of us had any experience that we thought of as supernatural anyway. Incident 1. City Condo 2020. We moved into a condominium unit, and it was pretty regular except for the weird cigarette smell that was come every few weeks from our toilet. Neither my wife or I smoke. I don't think it's something from the previous tenant either. The toilet is away and closed from the front door, and that has no windows. 6 months in, we suddenly noticed something that vaguely resembled handprints on the ceiling. Later that year, we moved back into my parents' house to take care of my mother, who went berserk crazy for months. It was sudden, no one knew or how to deal with it. 2021, I was generally quiet and a peaceful year for us, with no supernatural stuff or crazy behavior from my mother. We continued to stay in my parents' house, also my childhood home until now. 2022. My wife underwent a major operation for cancer, and after this is when more weird things started to happen. Incident number 2. Tourist Mountain. About 3 weeks post-op, I drove my wife up to the local tourist mountain for a weekend vacation. It was the sort of vacation with minimal walking and nice cold weather. We're from the tropics, so the cold is our idea of a nice holiday weather. The first night, I heard loud banging sounds from the wall, and my wife woke up in the middle of the night to someone standing over her, breathing down her back. She thought it was me and turned around, but there was no one there. On the second night, she dreamt of 2 people standing in the kitchen, staring at her. Incident 3. Wife's dreams after Tourist Mountain, Dream 1. My wife dreamt of having an out-of-body experience where she left her body and saw 4 figures looking at her. She dreamt of a famous Asian comic author dying. The next day, the Queen of England died. Dream 3. She dreamt of a coffin in my home office desk. The next day, my aunt died. Incident 4. Flagstaff. After my wife fully recovered from her surgery, I quit my job and we went on a long-planned 2-month backpacking trip to the United States and Mexico. After a 2-day road trip, though, through Arizona, we arrived in Flagstaff in the evening. After dinner downtown, we decided to check out the infamous haunted Monte Vista Hotel, as I wanted to test if my wife could see anything, given her weird dreams over the past few months. However, as soon as we stepped into the lobby, she started getting headaches, so we decided to drive back to our Airbnb. About 10 minutes into the drive, we smelled weed in the car. Neither of us smoke weed, nor was this smell there the entire 2 days we had the car prior. When we arrived and parked next to the Airbnb, another vehicle stopped by us and insisted we were driving recklessly, and he had followed us to make sure we were safe. We had no idea what we did. Neither of us drank that day, and I was driving slowly with very few other cars on the road at the time. Weird. Incident 5. Cinema. My wife had a lot of weird dreams while we were moving around Mexico. One of these became so frightening, she demanded to change bedsides with me. After we came back home from our big trip, we watched Black Panther 2 in the cinema. I booked the twin seats, second row from the back. The back row was completely empty. Around the scene where the underwater mines come in, we started getting our back seats kicked. This went on for a few times. At one point, I got up to go to the toilet. When I came back, I took a long peek at the seat behind us and saw no one. Minutes after I sat down, I get another kick. Incident 6. Honey. I had a big argument with my wife on Christmas Eve, and we slept in separate rooms that night. I stayed up reading that night and I heard a soft knock on my door and a soft honey. Still angered at her, I didn't respond. The next morning I got up early to have breakfast, but I noticed my wife had gotten up earlier than me, which was strange for her. We made up the day after and talked about our experiences. My wife did not knock on the door that night and say honey. What was more scary was the fact that morning she was woken up at 5 a.m. by knocks on the window and someone calling honey, but she couldn't see anything or anyone. That's it. We never had any supernatural experiences prior to 2020, and there's so many weird things that happened since, in multiple locations and even countries. I'm starting to wonder if our marriage is cursed or something, or could just be an overactive imagination. Is it possible I'm actually being watched? Or are my fears getting the best of me? When I first met my boyfriend, he was living in a really nice apartment. Then he quit his job and we stayed in some Airbnbs until he finally relocated for a new job. We lived in an apartment, then eventually moved again and lived in a loft. After about a year, he bought a house. Ever since we've been in this house, something feels off. I've been uneasy and jumpy and uncomfortable, been getting more nightmares. I hate moving around the house when he's not home. It constantly feels like I'm being watched. It doesn't matter what I'm doing. It's just like something sinister is staring. But when I look up, I see absolutely nothing. The TV and couch is in the basement, so I spend a lot of my time down there, and more often than not, I hear someone say my name. Sometimes it comes from the laundry room, other times from the stairs. It gives me cold chills, and I say a protection prayer, or I distract myself and play loud music. It's honestly bumming me out. I just want to feel comfortable. The weird thing is, I'm not like this when I'm at someone else's house. Is it possible I'm just being paranoid? Or maybe the house has a dark history? Or something senses my fear and it's playing on it? Haunted childhood? When I was a little kiddo, I've experienced some weird shit. looking from today. I remember a few weird situations, but can't put them in chronological, even in my mind. First, and I think less weird than others, is the situation when I woke up. Sleeping with my mom, so you can say I was around 5 years old. I saw a black hand slip through the door, like something wanted to open the door. But when I saw it, the hand slowly goes back and disappears behind the door. It took maybe 3 to 5 minutes, and by this time, I was trying to wake up my mom, but she only got up after the whole thing ended. The second situation, I was still sleeping with my mom. My bed was right next to the door, which was wide open, so I can see the corridor, the living room, and a bit of the kitchen. I couldn't sleep that night because every time I poked my head out of the bed and looked into the living room, I saw this white as snow, 2-meter tall something, because I can't say it was a person. It doesn't look even similar or something that I know or anything, maybe just a white mass. And this, whatever, had chains in its hands, if you want to call those hands, and was rumbling with them all night. I was trying to wake up my mom, like in the earlier story, but she didn't get up. I don't remember the rest of that night. Third story. I was around 12 or 13 years old. Now I'm 18. I was laying in my room in the night, watching TV. I remember that I sit on the bed to focus on something, and then someone pulled me back over to the bed. Also, the TV turned off at the same moment. I was really scared, but nothing else happened that night. The last story would be placed maybe around a year ago, so there's a big gap between these situations. All 3 of them was a long time ago, and for sure I can't remember anything that had placed then. I was a child, so these situations could be my imagination of little kiddo. But this one is the scariest thing I ever experienced in my house, and I remember all the details. As I said earlier, it was around a year ago. I was laying in my bed at maybe 2 a.m., doing something on my phone, and I heard an odd sound like something hit the plate. There was a plate on my desk, but nothing was touching it. I really brushed it off and just doing my thing when maybe after 5 or 10 minutes, this sound popped out of nowhere again. I put my phone down and was quiet for a while to listen for the sound. Nothing but silence. I brushed it off again, but was a bit curious. What was that? Still doing my thing, maybe 30 minutes later, I heard that thing one more time. I get up out of bed, put the lights on, and start investigating. I checked the whole desk and found nothing. I was a little bit scared at that moment, only by the odd sound. I laid on the bed after finding nothing and tried to forget about that, when immediately I heard it again, looked on the desk and saw a dark figure behind it, like flying to the door from one side of the room. I was in shock, barely could move. Then something hit the plate again, and my laptop turned on. I turned on all the lights, sit like that the rest of the night. Nothing more really happened, but that was enough to scare the hell out of me. I had a couple of other short stories in this house, but I told you the scariest ones. Let me know what you think. Is this only a string of odd accidents, or maybe something is in the air? Recalling an encounter years ago which frightened my dog like I'd never saw before. I've experienced paranormal encounters throughout my life. However, this particular instance was the first time my dog was nearby to witness it as well. This occurred about 12 years ago. It was around 8 p.m. and I was in my bedroom with my dog. I was sitting on my bed listening to music with headphones and sketching out a tattoo design I was planning on getting. My pit bull was up on the bed with me laying down. Out of nowhere, my dog, who isn't afraid of anything, noticed it just before me and snapped her head towards it from a fully relaxed state. She may as well have been sleeping. I looked over to my closet and saw what I can only describe as an almost spherical, cloudy white mist. Ether forming or coming out of the closet threshold while the door was closed. My dog then proceeds to put her ears back, hair goes up, and she begins leaning into me to create distance from this thing. She quickly got up, hopped off the bed, and ran out of the room. My big tough pit, eh? By now, this cloud has made its way alongside my bed, still keeping its form. I still had my headphones in, so I can't say whether or not there is an audible sound coming from it. Just before it got up next to me, it changed direction and traveled through the wall which led outside. I do recall not being at all afraid, more intrigued by the encounter. My paranormal experiences. I'll try to make this short, but it's been going on most of my life. When I was a kid, I had a recurring dream of a demon. It chased me down a hallway. Its skin looked charred and cracked. It didn't have a mouth, but when it pounced at me, a mouth would tear through the skin where a mouth would be. I started seeing it in real life, jumping on trees, standing by the backside of the road. Then years went by without seeing it. When I was 12, I had a dream again. But that was the last time I saw it until a few years later. As a young teenager, I went ghost hunting a lot. I had a very intense experience on a hunt. Something kept touching and taunting me. Whatever was there had said my name. I don't know how it knew my name. After that hunt, the demon came back. This made me come up with various theories. The dreams were visions of a demon that would be prominent in my future. An evil spirit took the form of my childhood nightmare. This time around, though, it talked to me. I had never heard it talk. It would taunt me, make fun of me, tell me to hurt myself. It followed me everywhere. The last time I saw it was my freshman year of college. But I sense it sometimes. People tend not to believe this is truly paranormal, so believe what you want. I just hope you enjoyed reading this. Please, any questions? I'm more than happy to answer them. Welcome to Paranormal M, the channel where we delve into the mysterious and unexplained. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and turn on notifications so you never miss out on our latest spine-tingling tales. We hope you have a hauntingly good listening. 1. Hello everyone, I'm new. I'd like to share with you 3 experiences, including 2 that passed in the same place. I lived in a house that used to belong to an old lady who died a long time ago in a retirement home because she had to leave our future home. The first experience was in my house. I was in the hallway to go to the toilet. I was 10 or 9 years old, and I see a purple shape, as if it was a curtain. We don't have a curtain in our hallway. Swinging. It could be a vision I imagined when I was a kid. The second time, I was in my room in my bed. I was trying to find a comfortable position for me to sleep in, and I heard a whisper saying my name. I was like 10 years old. It couldn't be an auditory vision. Those 2 experiences I had were in my house. And the last thing that happened was a beach house with some old friends. And as far as the first experience, it was the night I wanted to go to the toilet. I was in a hallway, and I see a person in the shadows, sitting there. He didn't talk. I was forced to go where he was because the toilet was in that hallway. I pass, and then nothing. He didn't say anything. He had his head down too. And when I came back to go to bed, he was always there, saying nothing. And then the next morning, I no longer saw this shadow species. Terrifying, spooky shower. I had a dream last night, which was like a memory-type dream, where you remember something that happened to you years ago that you had nearly forgotten. So, when I was about 15 and living with my parents, our hot water heater was heated by a gas boiler. Sometimes it ran out and we had to manually change the dial to switch the full gas bottles and buy full ones. This one time, the dial was stuck. It wouldn't move at all. In the middle of December in rural Devon in the UK, we had no fire at that time, so no hot water or heating at all. Not sure what to do, we ended up packing our bags and going to a friend's house. The friend lived in an old farmhouse and ran the holiday place that had been built there in the 80s. Self-catered holiday homes, built from the old farm buildings and converted. They let us use the shower in one of the holidays. They were closed during December, so we had full reign over the whole holiday house. Mom and Dad were in the main house with our friends, while I was left to the shower and head on inside when I was ready, before sleeping in the big house. I'm getting undressed in the bathroom and forgot all my towels. So as I was alone, I stayed naked and went into the front room to find the towels I'd left behind, grabbed them, brought them into the bathroom with me, and put them on the closed toilet lid. Got in the shower and began washing myself. After about 5 minutes or so, I could feel a cold breeze blowing in from somewhere. Figured it was a window left open or a door not quite closed properly. I poked my head out from behind the shower door, and my towels were on the floor in the doorway. I know that no one had been in there, as I would have heard the very big solid oak door creaking open. I thought they must have slid off on their own, so I threw them over the towel rack and made sure they wouldn't fall off and got back into the shower. Everything was fine until I began to wash my genitals, when I hear a very loud growl and snarls from the bathroom. I stood stock still, not sure what the heck to do in this situation. I'm naked, alone, and there's a thing growling at me. As I stand terrified, I notice that I can't see anything in the bathroom with me, but I can hear it. Something inside me made me shout out, "I'm not afraid of you," for some reason, and flung the shower door open, and there was nothing. No dog, no human playing a prank on me. Bathroom door was still closed and locked, but my towels were on the floor again. Feeling so scared and freaked out, I just ran out of the bathroom, out of the holiday, across the courtyard and into the big house, pounding on the door. Totally naked, banging on the door, crying and hyperventilating, our friend let me in. Saw me in such a mess and grabbed me inside and shut the door. She brought me into the front room and stood me in front of the fire, while my dad ran and got me some towels. I turned around and my mother and our friend's entire family were sitting in the front room looking at me. Their 2 daughters were white as sheets and looked about as terrified as I was. I explained what I had just experienced to everyone in the room, trying my best not to collapse in tears. When I finished telling them, the grandma of her friend's family looked at me and said, "Did it only growl when you were washing or touching your genitals?" And I was like, "Yeah, more or less." Everyone in our friend's family looked at each other in a way that told me they had all either had the same experience at one point or another, or been told by guests that it happened. Turns out both daughters had the same thing happen in the same shower when they were having hot water issues. The mother had the same thing, as did one of the daughter's boyfriends, only the day before. Eventually, I was calm and sat back on the sofa, still naked under my towels. No one was willing to go get my clothes from the holiday-let shower room, so Grandma went and got me some PJs. They usually give to guests when they come to stay. I put them on while my parents held the towels for me, and I joined them back on the sofa. I didn't sleep that night at all. I was so scared of it happening again. I spent the whole night with my hands death-gripping the headboard of the bed, asked to not touch myself anywhere. Any idea what the hell that was? Some kind of demon that's against self-hygiene or something? I spent the last 10 years trying to think of what it could have been. Turns out that at least 20 guests have experienced the same thing while showering in that holiday let. Rumor has it that there's a well of some kind underneath the floor of that particular building, and that might have something to do with its potent activity. I think I'm dealing with a poltergeist, but it's actually really friendly and hasn't hurt me. Okay, so I'm sure some of you will say that what I'm saying is fake, but I promise it's not. I've always been akin to the spirit realm. For example, when we play Ouija board, not a very good idea, I know. The board is always unresponsive until I play. Like when others are playing, it doesn't reply, or it responds in gibberish. My mom has asked it before if it wanted to play, and the planquette immediately went to yes. Anyways, I should probably talk about when it all started. It started when I was about 7 years old, living in an old house. We caught an orb on camera, and it wasn't a dust speck because it was moving irregularly. I would always hear things talking to me in a loud whisper, and one of the only experiences that truly terrified me is as follows. I would always have a radio on at night, and a commercial came on. This so-called commercial was filled with people screaming in a deep, droning voice, saying things I couldn't understand. It could have been just for a horror movie, but I've never heard of it from anyone else. Another thing that I learned from my mom had happened when I was at school. My toys would be moved from upstairs in my room to the bottom of the stairs. I also remember my brother sleeping in my bed with me a lot of the time, but whenever I talk about it now, neither my mom or brother remember that ever happening. I don't know if this counts, but when I walked past this one certain house, something inside was telling me to never look at it. Don't ever acknowledge the house. The house had a bunch of religious things in the porch, and I always got evil vibes from it. Another night, I was looking out my window, and under the street light, I saw a little girl dressed in a white nightgown, and when she looked up at me, she disappeared. Then we moved out of that house. We moved to a different town with my mom's boyfriend. And this is kind of when things took off in terms of spiritual encounters. I would be laying in my bed, and again, I'd hear the whisper yells. It was always happening each night, and one night, I was so scared I ran to my mom's room. I had to go into the basement, and all the while, the voices talking to me got louder and more aggressive. I don't hear voices anymore, so I'm not schizophrenic. I would be lying in bed, and my bed would violently shake. And when I went to my brother, because I was a scared kid, his bed would start to shake. Then the water faucet would drip. He'd go out and check, and it would be dry in the sink. Another experience I had, we were watching a movie in the living room when I saw something pass in front of the window. I asked them if they saw that, and none of them did. Then, when we moved out, we moved to my grandpa's. This is a very old house. It's been in our family probably since the 1800s. So there's a lot of history and probably spirits. I'd hear something crawling in my vent, and I'd hear something or someone walking around in the attic. This happened years after we first lived there, but it still happened at my grandpa's house. I had my door locked, and I heard a Big Wheels toy roll up to my door. We don't own a single Big Wheels. My door then opened, and something crawled into bed with me. Another experience was when I got up to go to the bathroom, and something was on the other side of the door, preventing me from opening it. I've grown used to the paranormal, so I just pushed as hard as I could. I got the door open, but something slammed it shut again. I didn't try to open it again. And just the other day, I was gaming with my door open and saw something white approach my door frame. I looked at it, and it disappeared. My cats were in my room, so maybe that's what prevented it from coming in my room. In another town we lived in, the dishwater started up by itself. I saw some black figure on top of my fan blades, and a music box started by itself. My closet door had also slammed shut by itself on multiple occasions. In a different town, I had 2 different rooms in our apartment over the time we lived there. In my first room, I was lying in bed when I felt water dripping onto my forehead. I touched my forehead, dry. I touched the ceiling, dry. Then I was getting water another night, and it was around 2 a.m. I heard my mother call out for me, but it was so obviously not my mother. Something about her voice was off. I stopped in my tracks. Not leaving room, then saw a black figure slink back into her room. In the other room I was in, I was laying in bed, and I heard something from the dark part of my room call my name. Another time, when I was walking past my room, I saw a figure walk from my closet to my doorway. Then, in another room, there were fairy lights that could only be turned on by flipping the switch on, and none of us went into the room out of respect for the girl who used it. The lights were on. A different time, I heard my cats play with their toys in the living room. The only thing is that I had all the cats in my room with me. Another time, I was playing Ouija board with friends on Halloween. One of my friends heard me say something to him, but I didn't say anything. And a different time, I was driving home with my mom, and I saw the little girl in the white nightgown in front of the neighbor's yard, in broad daylight. After all, I've had quite a few terrifying experiences with spirits. They always stop bugging me when I ask them to, but they always come back. None of my other family members experience this, and I've always been able to hear and see things that others can't. I've been told by a priest, I've never met him, that I have an angelic glow around me. People immediately feel at ease around me, and oftentimes strangers will tell me what's bothering them in their lives out of the blue. I'm not quite sure what it is, but I just know I have a connection to the spirit realm. I don't need help exorcising the spirit. I've become fond of him. I named him Peter as a child, and the name stuck. I really just needed to get this out to the people who would believe me and listen to me. If you read the entire way through, thank you for taking the time out of your life to listen to me. Any insight as to what or why I have such a connection to the spirit world would be much appreciated. Someone or something in the closet. I, an 18-year-old female, and my mother-in-law, 39, had a beyond scary ghost experience. On this particular afternoon, her fiancé and mine were both at work. after I had laid my 2-year-old daughter down for a nap, I went to have a conversation with my mother-in-law in her room. She was sitting on her bed, and I was leaned up against her closet, 1 foot on her bed. As the conversation went on, we both suddenly froze and went quiet, because it sounded like someone was moving in the closet, and then there was a knock on the door. My mother-in-law quickly got up and told me to stay, holding the door shut. She came back with a hammer and nails, so we nailed it shut and jammed a chair under the knob. I then looked under the door to see if I could see anyone's feet. I could see that stuff in the closet had been moved from where they were. I then saw shadows. We called one of our neighbors to see when she would be home. Childhood home haunts. Okay, so this is going to be a bit long, but worth the read if you make it to the end. I've lived here for 36 years, give or take a decade, for seeing the world. The house itself is no more than 40 years old, not built on top of anything that we know of. And there's never been a death in the house, but there's been all manner of unexplained phenomena that has transpired throughout my 3.5 decades to give me the obvious questions of why, what, and how. First known encounter. I was about 3 years old, and this is one of my very, very first memories I've got. I was in trouble with my grandmother for pushing some little plastic chairs across the floor for the sound they made across the linoleum. Nana took the chairs and put them in the hallway closet and locked the door so I wouldn't try to get them down and play with them. But, number that night, as I was still awake in my bed, playing with my toys, I heard the chairs, 4 of them, all making the same sound across the floor that I got in trouble for. I knew it wasn't my Nana, as she went to bed at 9 p.m., and my clock was reading as something around 2 a.m. I didn't get out of bed, but I covered my head and listened as they moved for what sounded like hours. Next morning, closet was ajar, and my Nana was furious, thinking I had somehow gotten her key and got them down to play with them, but it wasn't me, and I was too terrified to see who it was. I'll share encounter number 2 if I get enough traction with this one. I have so many odd occurrences, and I'm not the only one. My ex-wife, my mother, and my own kids have told me that they've seen and heard without me so much as mentioning the word ghost. Childhood home encounters, part 2. Okay, so I've not prefaced this, but I live in rural Mississippi. On land I know was wrongfully taken by the natives, and on top of that is the bedrock for the Battle of Corinth. So it's really anyone's guess as to what I've been dealing with my whole life. On to the next encounter. The man in the reflection. Fast forward a few years from the encounter 1, I'm about 8 years old. I had a desktop computer with an old CRT monitor, Windows 95 era. And I was being my usual night owl self. I didn't fancy going to bed at 9 p.m. like my Nana did. I was up listening to music on my Walkman, and I still remembered the CD. Touched by an Angel, OST, Don't Judge. And from where my bed was, I could see across the hallway to my Nana's room, as she left her nightstand light on at night. I was vibing with the soulful voice of the main actresses as they sang, with the inspirational melody playing in the background, looking to make sure Nana wasn't up yelling at me from the door to turn that racket off and to go to sleep. I looked up at one point and saw the silhouette in the reflection of the monitor, springing up to brace for the inevitable ass-chewing I was about to get, pausing my song so I could hear her and apologize before rolling over. And when I sat up, I didn't see anyone in the doorway, but the reflection on the monitor was still there. I know I looked back and forth to verify what I was seeing or not seeing, and my blood ran cold. I got chills on the back of my neck, and again, I covered myself up and tried to push myself to sleep so I could pretend it was just a bad dream. Except it wasn't. I laid there for what felt like an eternity, freaking out and trying to give whatever it was time to get its fill of seeing me sleep so it would go away. And when I rolled over, I still saw the reflection. I, at that point, was obviously freaking out. I must have cut my circulation off to put myself to sleep, because I woke up the next morning still in disbelief. But I remembered everything, and my Walkman was still playing that song on repeat. When you walk down the road, heavy burdens, heavy load. I never listened to that CD again, and I tried to recreate the silhouette reflection, but I never saw it there again. I asked my Nana what she was doing standing in my doorway late at night, and she didn't know what I was talking about. I knew it wasn't her anyways. She was 5 feet tall and maybe 80 pounds soaking wet. Whatever was in my doorway had maybe 6 inches of room from the top of the head to the bottom of the door frame, and took up most of the width of it as well. I own this house now, and the room I sleep in is the same room that I saw the shadow. Kitchen Walker. So, I wholeheartedly believe in ghosts. Not because they're spooky, but because I've grown up with them my entire life. One of my favorite ghosts as a kid was the Kitchen Walker, manifested as a sound of old combat boots pacing in the kitchen at night. The way my childhood home works is the kitchen is connected to the house by the dining room and the central hallway. The hallway is carpeted, but the kitchen has fake tiles. There's an old sliding door that separates the two rooms. When I was around 10 years old, I was suffering from my usual insomnia. I went to go make a ketchup sandwich. Don't judge me. And as I approached the kitchen, I heard footsteps. My dad was snoring in his room. Mom was asleep with the doors closed in her room. And brother was passed out in my room that he and I shared. Slightly nervous, I call out and hear the footsteps stop, almost like a soldier snapping to attention. I politely ask him to quiet down, and the room went silent. No hum of appliances, no wind rattling the old window pane. Absolutely nothing. I got my ketchup sandwich, which I spilt on the bed later that night, and left with a thank you to the ghost. I heard a heel click and the fridge sputtering to life again. To this day, the Kitchen Walker still remains, and he's a polite ghost that just seems to have a bit of anxiety. SDSU. A few weeks ago, I came on here talking about my experiences in my childhood home and referenced the Kitchen Walker. I would like to say that while I wholeheartedly believe in the paranormal, I make it a habit to not film myself or any paranormal or supernatural entities, because in my view, that's just rude. That being said, I do have a couple of encounters where I did get proof on camera or other recording devices. On to the story. Recently, in the last year, I began attending South Dakota State University. Don't even try and track me down. There's thousands of kids on campus. And said campus, being a land-grant school from the early 1900s, has its fair share of ghosts and ghouls. There is George, the janitor, that loves to mess with the tech support desk members in Morrill Hall, known as the admin building, was formerly the primary place for plays in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. Then, across the gardens and the road, we have the Waving Lady of Winona Hall, who fell off a third-story balcony in the mid-90s because she, quote, wanted to touch the stars, whilst she had a full keg of beer in her system. In one section of campus, known as the Ghost Town, sits the buildings of West Hall and the former site of Scobie Hall, now an empty dirt lot, which have a sinister air to them that is almost every student shivering, even in the middle of July. West Hall was once the Bookings General Hospital until its purchase by the SDSU in 1969, where it was used as a part of a nursing program, as well as housing till the twin dorms of Young and Benuis were built. Scobie was a neuroscience center, as well as Brookings County Psychiatric Ward before its purchase, though documentation is spotty on Scobie. If you want a good spook, take a walk past Scobie and West on a cool October night. Look up to West Hall's second-story middle window, or walk around to the west side door leading to the street, and you might just catch a glimpse of something looking right back at you. If you want more details or more stories of the paranormal, all you gotta do is ask. Heard my name loud and clear 3 times in the forest. I live in the bush in Australia, Queensland. Big gum trees and a lot of nature. I've lived in an old Queenslander house in the bush ever since I was little. I never had any bad experiences with demons or creatures growing up in the house, until one night me and my friend decided we were going to go for a late night walk in the bush behind the house. Everything was good, and we were just talking and having fun until we started walking into the forest behind a big shed my dad built. We only got a few steps in, and we heard a loud noise come from the forest. In the corner of my eye, standing next to the tree, I saw a white, tall creature. It looked to have maybe goat feet, and it was very tall. I didn't look for another second. I turned and started running. A part of me wishes I saw its face, but I was so scared I had to run. So was my friend, who also saw it. Years later brings me to today. I currently live in the shed we went behind and saw the creature at. The forest is right at my back door. Today, me and my boyfriend cooked dinner and sat outside. I heard a scream, and then I heard my name, loud and clear. It sounded like a female yelling, but something was wrong. It didn't sound human. I freaked out and dropped my food, ran inside. My boyfriend stood out there confused and had to listen and hear it for himself. It said it loudly again, my name. He ran inside and closed the door and locked it. I was so scared I had to grab my car keys and leave. Pulling out of the car garage, I looked up and over where we were sitting when we heard the noise and saw a figure again. This time, it was moving, so I couldn't see it clearly. We drove away, and and stayed somewhere else for that night. What could this creature be? It feels to me to have an evil presence and say my name in such a loud, clear voice. It sounded like if a fox could speak English. What is it? What can I do? Either get rid of it or make peace with it. The woman. I've only had a couple of encounters with the woman. The first occurred many years ago. My brother and I had just gotten home from school and noticed our mom's car in the driveway. We were unaware at the time that she was borrowing someone else's and wasn't home, so we got inside and we started looking for her. We looked all over the house and eventually came upon my bedroom. I feel it's important to mention that my door handle is very old and sometimes has to be turned twice to open. My brother and I turned the door handle once and then heard a very clear and distinct voice belonging to a woman inside say, "Yeah?" He and I turned and looked at one another before opening the door all the way and finding my bedroom completely empty. I hadn't heard her speak for many years after that instant, until one night, about a year ago, I was home alone and in the bathroom, preparing to take a shower. I started hearing the floorboards creak in the hallway outside the bathroom door, as if someone was walking by. Back and forth, before once again hearing the same woman's voice, this time saying, "Hello? Hello?" The Shadow Man. For several years now, I've seen and felt the presence of who I call the Shadow Man. He's an average height, maybe even a little short and a bit slender. I never see any defined features, otherwise only his shadowy shape. He's a solid figure, I can't see through him. Sometimes I see him walking around random rooms of the house or standing in a doorway, but for the most part, I see him in the corner of my room or in front of my bed. He stands close by and watches me. I've even felt him sit at the end of my mattress by my feet in the night when it was too dark to see him. My father has also felt him sit on his own bed, but hadn't actually seen him until recently. By his account, this was his experience with the Shadow Man. My father was at the kitchen sink one night and felt someone was standing just outside the doorway of the kitchen. He could see a figure out of the corner of his eye, and for a while, assumed it was just my brother. However, when he looked, there was no one there. Shadow Man is not overly active all the time, and is always very quiet. He is peaceful and merely observes us. The Little Girl, plus a brief intro. I've had a vast and varied history with the strange and paranormal for as long as I can remember. From prophetic dreams to a shadow man, to voices in empty rooms, to a little girl who watches me in my sleep, and more. The sensitivity to the undead seems to run in my family, and I believe we attract what once was and now wishes to be known once more. I will be recalling these events in this subreddit, starting with the spirit I've been calling Little Girl. While the first of her stories is not particularly mine, I was there for the immediate aftermath. And it plays a large role in my personal experiences with her now. This is the story told to me both by my brother and my father. It was many, many years ago, and my father and brother were laying in bed to my parents' room, watching television with the door open. Suddenly, without warning, they saw a young girl with long blonde hair and a white nightgown bolt down the hallway, across the open doorway, and into what is now my bedroom. They were both utterly shocked, as no one fitting that description lived in the house, nor have any of us ever known anyone to look like that. And yet, they both tried to convince themselves it had been me who they had seen. Very shortly after they saw the girl, my brother checked my bedroom only to find it completely empty. I was sleeping on the downstairs couch. I can still recall him coming down and waking me, asking if I'd been upstairs, despite the fact that I couldn't possibly have snuck past them to get back down there. And despite that fact, I was in purple pajama set and had very short brown hair. To this day, my brother and father try not to think about what they'd both seen that night. Over the course of many years, starting when I was little, I had obscure and sometimes even violent dreams of a young blonde girl with long hair and a white nightgown. The first dream I remember having of her was simple. She and I were standing in a field full of wildflowers on a bright, clear day. She was stood a ways off from me, with her back to me and her hair blowing in the gentle breeze. In the next dream, however, she was standing on an overpass holding hands, and she insisted we must jump. We did. In the third, which I had about a year ago, I was standing helplessly at the end of a small pool of water, watching as a man drowned the little girl. I'm not sure how, but I knew him to be her uncle. It wasn't long after that dream that I woke up one night to see her kneeling on my bedroom floor, her face only inches from my own. I could see her in perfect detail, all except for color. She was sitting in a bluish light cast from the moon through my window, with stray wisps of hair sticking out and wide pale eyes. I blinked a few times, and she was gone. My last addition to her repertoire is not something I'm entirely sure is related, but part of me feels it could be. Not so much an experience, but a feeling I used to have when I was little. I was convinced there was a little blonde dead girl in our tub. Saw a ghost in my kitchen. So when I was around 8 years old, I moved into a house in northeastern New South Wales, Australia. It was me, my older siblings, my mother, and my late stepfather. I try to give my best recount of what the house layout looked like. You'd have your front door, which leads into the living room, with the bathroom and the toilet to the immediate right when you first step in, and my mom and stepfather's room to the left, which had the couch and the TV right outside of it. When you step into the more open part of the living room, you'd have the small kitchen to the right, with my brother's room right next to that. To the left, you'd have me and my sister's room and our pool table. At the back of the home, you'd have a spare room, which was often called the sunroom, which was used for storing our items, which also had the back door. This door led to our trampoline, pool, water tank, and this giant rock I used to climb a lot. Approximately 3 or so months into living into this respective house, one night I woke up around 10 a.m.-ish for some reason. I opened my bedroom door to the kitchen, and I saw a weird large black figure which looked like a cross between the Grim Reaper and a Dementor from Harry Potter. I stood there, frozen as hell, for about 10 seconds before I closed my door again and went back to bed. The next morning, I told my family what happened. My sister piped up and told us that she had once woken up to the feeling of someone choking her. And another time, she woke up on her windowsill and thought to herself, "Hey, this isn't right." We didn't stay in that house for very long. I think we only stayed there for about 6 months before moving again to a cabin in the woods, which my stepfather's friend owned. Back in 2020, when I was 19, I talked to my brother about that house. He stopped, paused, and looked at me. He said to me these exact words: "I swear that house was haunted." I asked him if he experienced something when we lived there, and he told me that he had been washing dishes one time when he saw the tap turn slightly. He then said something along the lines of finishing washing up so fast and running to his bedroom. I still think about that house from time to time, and sometimes I even drive past it. Every time I do, I always remember that weird night where I saw that Dementor thing. The little boy in my room. This happened in or around 2012, and I'll never forget it. I was 21, still living at home with my mom and younger brother. Over the years, my mom and I had these weird experiences in different places we'd lived in. When she first bought this house, I always felt a weird something in her bedroom. Important to note, my dad lived in this house prior to my mom, brother, and I moving in, and I never had any of these experiences while my dad was living there. When walking into the house, the living room and kitchen had an open floor plan. From the living room, there's a doorway on the right that leads you straight to my mom's room. All 3 doors leading from the living room to her room lined up perfectly. If you make a right, my brother's bedroom, then another right, hook the corner, and there's the bathroom about 6 feet down the hall, then my room at the end of the hallway, but the front of the house. Mom's bedroom was an addition that had been added to the house after the main house was built. It was built off the original main bedroom and deeper into the backyard, so you essentially had to walk through a bedroom to get to it. The walls were painted cinder blocks, it had a fireplace, and it was always cold. The room was unfurnished. I always felt an electric energy when I went into the room, but after we moved in, I chalked it up to being current from the TV. Even though I felt the energy when the TV was off or unplugged, I hated going into that room. We both had random incidences where we would see shadows moving out of the corners of our eye. This happened when we were awake and whenever we would fall asleep on the couch. There was something that stayed in our hallway, always walking up and down, and opening and closing the bathroom door. I justified it as sleep paralysis and my eyes, mind, and ears playing tricks on me. Eventually, the happenings progressed to sounds. I started hearing movement, scuttling, and soft footfalls directly above my room. Again, I tried to rationalize it. Surely a bird or a small animal somehow made its way into the crawl space above the house and took up residence in this corner above my bedroom. I worked overnights from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m., so sleeping during the day or taking an afternoon nap was my norm. One afternoon, I decided to take a nap. I don't know what woke me up, but I opened my eyes and there was a little boy huddled in the corner, just sitting there, staring at me. It was still light out, and I'd fallen asleep with my light on, so there was just no chance it was just shadows. I stared at him for a few moments, then threw my blanket over my head and took a few deep breaths. When I removed the blanket, he was gone. My husband, who was my boyfriend back then, came over the following day. I told him what had happened, and something told me to ask him to check the crawl space. I was expecting him to tell me that there were animal droppings, feathers, something up there to suggest that the sounds I was hearing were animals, but there was nothing. It was completely undisturbed. There weren't even spiders or cobwebs up there. No dust or dirt. Just empty, untouched space. After he went up into the space, I stopped hearing the noises above my room. They just completely stopped. I never saw the little boy again. When I moved out in 2013, my mom continued to have experiences where she would see movement in the hallway or hear someone going into the bathroom. She would call out to my brother and ask him what he was doing, but he was always in his room with the door closed, and never where she was hearing the sounds or seeing the movement. What the hell is that thing? My friends and I go hunting every Sunday. I don't mean animal hunting. We've all had so many paranormal experiences, we decided to take some of them out. Well, last night, we went to our normal spot and went to check out a rock that had us all queasy. The last time we were there, walking up I almost blacked out, so I decided to pour holy water on it. The forest did not like that, as voices and whispers immediately picked up, as well as swirls of shadows. We slowly made our way back up to my car and sat in it for a while. There were other people in our spot, so we couldn't exactly get out with our enchanted weapons. People do like calling cops for that shit. About an hour or so inside it, we heard something that could only be described as predator chirps. Or I guess maybe clicking like The Last of Us. I thought maybe it was just me since I was half asleep, but no. The second I heard it, from seemingly right outside my window, my eyes shot open, and everybody in the car looked at each other and went, "You heard that?" Now it was cold outside, and we had been breathing without having a car on, saving gas. So the windows were fogged as hell. I turned the car on to defrost them, and by the time they cleared, nothing was there. Still some other cars, so either those people didn't see whatever made that noise, or it could throw its voice. I'd assume if they saw something able to make this noise, they would have peeled out of there fast as fuck. After that, a few more shadows. I've barely been able to stay awake today, after already having slept 12 hours. One buddy feels weird, and the other just feels off too. I also woke up to find those little clinger plants in my bed. There was nothing on me like that last night. Does anyone have any idea what this could have been? Blinking light in the hallway. My sister and I share a bedroom. We leave the door cracked open about a foot for cats to come and go as they please at night. Last night, as well as about a week ago, around 1 a.m., we see this light flash coming from the crack in our door. It was kind of an LED bluish-white color. It wasn't too bright, but definitely noticeable when you're looking at the door. When it happened a week ago, the flash of light lasted about a second and happened roughly 45 seconds apart 3 or 4 times. I got out of bed and peeked down the hallway. Nothing was there, aside from my dog in the living room, who was standing at the end of the hallway, looking down it like she saw something. I searched and searched for the source of the blinking light, and there was absolutely nothing that could have been. Now, last night, it was after 1 a.m. My sister woke me up. saying she saw the light again 20 minutes ago and hadn't seen it since then. But as soon as she told me she saw it, it blinks again, and I see it. This time it's blinking more times in a row than before, quite a few times within 30 seconds. The blinks still each last a second, but this time are more sporadic. They stop for a bit, then go again, stop, and then go. We also heard some scuffling in the hallway. One cat was in our room. One cat was with my mom, and her dog was also with our mom. It was not them making the sounds or the light. My mom said my dog once again got up and was looking into the hallway. We were totally freaked out at this point and said, "Please stop," to the light, which kept blinking and flashing. When we did that, the flickering got faster. Instead of lasting a full second, it was flashing about as fast as an eye blinks. It did this for a few seconds and then stopped, going back to the normal blinking. At one point, when we saw it blink again after a minute or so, both my sister and I's eyes started to water uncontrollably, like tears running down our cheeks. Has this happened to anyone else? I'm sure this is something paranormal, as I searched for quite a while to find something that would blink and flash like that in the hallway, trying to rationalize what was happening. There's nothing. I also have to mention my sister does have some medium abilities, and she has had spirits come to her before. But in this instance, she didn't feel anything in particular, as she was too tired to be able to focus. Black Hat Man. I first saw him when I was around 10 years old. It was late at night, easily between 4 or 6 a.m. I was having trouble sleeping, and I went to look out my window, because seeing the animals that ran around my house always helped. He was standing across the street, about 6 or 7 feet tall, standing and staring right across from the bedroom window. Soon after, I started seeing him a lot more, and it stopped bothering me. I stopped noticing him around as much as I got older, until I moved in with my now husband. He told me around the same time he saw the Black Hat Man standing in the hallway across from his back door every night around 11 to 1 a.m. We started talking about it and thought it was weird. We had both been experiencing this when we were younger and shrugged it off. Around 3 months later, we both started seeing him in the alleyway, always standing, always watching, but he never moved closer. One night after we moved, we went to one of my favorite parks late at night, walking around and just enjoying the area. We started talking about our paranormal experiences, and he came up. The moment he was mentioned, we started feeling like we were being watched. We ignored it for a few minutes. As we got back to our truck, only for the feeling to get worse, like we were being told to leave. We started the truck and booked it out of the park and headed home, freaking out. Once we got home, we talked over what had just happened, calmed down, blaming it on anxiety. We went to bed and hadn't noticed anything until 2 weeks later. My husband wakes up in the middle of the night and swears he sees the man in the window, standing far enough away for his face to not be seen, but for us to know he was there, watching us. My husband woke me up and we stayed up for a little bit and soon went to sleep again. Over the next few nights, we had been waking up late into the night and seeing him standing at the window once again. This happened for 2 weeks before we left the house we were at and moved into the place we live now. We hadn't experienced anything for a month except for what we think is my great-grandmother waiting for my great-grandfather to join her. We weren't scared. Everything was peaceful. A week ago, I started having nightmares every time I closed my eyes. Every time he would get closer, I saw something new every night. He looked like he stood about 6'2" or 6'5", and dressed like he was from the 1930s. He always had a black flat brim fedora and a black trench coat. At least that's how it looked. However, 3 nights ago in my dream, he got close enough to where I could see him smiling. It looked like a normal smile anyone would wear, except it gave me an immediate feeling of dread. After I saw the smile in my dream, my husband woke me up, making sure I was okay, because he couldn't tell if I was having a good dream or not. The night after, the same thing happened. And then the last night, he got closer. I saw his whole face. He had dark eyes, matched with that smile. He put his hand on my shoulder. Thinking I would see some skin, I looked, and there was nothing. Just a black silhouette of a hand. My husband woke me up again and wrapped his arms around me. After my husband woke me up, I hadn't seen him in my dreams, but I have the same feeling of dread no matter what I do today. I don't know if I'm just imagining this or not. Has anyone else had an experience like this? My roommate and girlfriend have had encounters with my potential doppelganger, and I need answers. For these encounters, I will need to give some background info about the people I'm living with and the layout of the house. I live in a shared house with 9 other people. It's a big house, having 5 floors that are split into 2 separate apartments. And we're all long-term friends that live in this house, including my girlfriend. The house layout is as follows, starting from the bottom to the top. A basement with 4 bedrooms, 2 toilets, bathrooms. Following up a small staircase that is not connected to the main stairs, leads into the kitchen and a living area for the lower apartment. Exiting out of the front door of the lower apartment leads into a smaller corridor that has the exit to the house and the front door to my apartment, the upper apartment. Following through the front door of my apartment leads to the main staircase of the house that leads all the way to my room at the top. The stairs are set out of blocks of 10, 12, that double back to each other, each kind in a spiral. Going up the first block of stairs leads to 1 bedroom and 1 toilet and bathroom. Following up the stairs again leads to our kitchen and living area. Following up the next block of stairs leads to another bedroom and toilet and bathroom. And finally following up, the final block of stairs leads to 3 bedrooms on the top floor. First encounter. For context, my girlfriend lives in the downstairs apartment and has a bedroom in the basement. We were all in the lower apartment, just chilling out and having a few drinks, watching some movies. This was back in like 2021 or 22. It started to get extremely late, and me and my girlfriend were getting tired, so we said goodnight and headed to her room in the basement and fell asleep. When I woke up the next day, my friend who lives on the floor underneath me asked what I was doing last night, just standing on the stairs looking at him. I asked him what he was talking about, as I was super confused, and he explained that he had just gone to bed around 3 or 4 a.m. He walked up the stairs that led to his room and said I was just standing motionless on the stairs in my boxers, just looking at him. He said he thought nothing of it, as he thought I was just going to the toilet or something, which is next to his room. And he gave me a nod and went to bed. I explained to him I stayed in my girlfriend's room all night and even woke up in the morning like that, and that I had not been all the way up to my room for anything that night. Furthermore, in order for me to exit the lower apartment and walk into my room, I would have had to walk past everyone that was still up chilling in the living area, which did not happen. Not only that, hypothetically, even if I was a ninja while sleepwalking, I do not have a house key for the lower apartment, so for me to get back into my girlfriend's room, I would have to get someone to open the door for me, and I don't sleepwalk. After all, we just chalked it up to him being tired and seeing something that wasn't there. However, that does not sit right with me and him, still to this day. Second encounter. This encounter happened a few months after the first encounter. My girlfriend was in the lower apartment living area, just chilling out on her phone at 1 a.m. She did this because I play in video game communities that do their events in a different time zone, and she would go downstairs as to not disturb what I was doing. During this time, she fell asleep on the sofa, and after my event around 3:30 or 4 a.m., I headed downstairs to go and see her. She had propped her apartment door open so I could come down whenever I was finished, and she wasn't on the sofa. I assumed she got tired and had gone to bed, so I go downstairs to her bedroom where I find her sleeping in bed. She wakes up from her sleep when I enter the room, and after a few minutes, she thanked me for coming down and taking her to bed. I explained that I had never come down during my event and I didn't take her to bed, and that me being in the room was the first time I had come down. She looked confused and explained to me that apparently she had fell asleep on the sofa and had woken her up and told her, "You can't sleep down here, you should go to bed," and then took her downstairs to her bed and put her to sleep. I asked her if I had just left her after that, and she said she didn't know as she fell asleep very fast after getting into bed. I told her the story the first encounter because I was spooked, and let's just say both got royally spooked together, but just kind of put it in the back of our minds to forget about it. The reason I'm posting this and remembering these encounters now is because I recently learned about doppelgangers, or people that look or try to act like you, and it gives me goosebumps. I asked my girlfriend about what she thinks about everything today. When I told her I was going to make a Reddit post, she said she didn't know. I told her to ask her mom. My girlfriend's mom is religious. My girlfriend said her mom told her about jinn, a spirit acknowledged in Islam, which can take the form of a human. Honestly, I have no idea what this could be, and it baffles me every time I think about it. So, any help or answers would be greatly appreciated. Greetings from Paranormal M, your go-to destination for stories that will send shivers down your spine. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications so you don't miss out on any of our bone-chilling tales. My experience: odd howling while camping. Excuse the length of this post. I, never owning a Reddit account before, I only make this post because in some hours of research, I have no explanation for what I heard, and it's quite curious. Seemingly ironic, I really do not believe in paranormal events myself, period. I just never have. I feel this is the most paranormal event, or what have it, in my life. Also, I don't know where else to post this, as I still don't understand browsing subjects and whatnot, but I figured it's the best I'll do for now. But let me explain. So I did some winter camping in my home Canadian province of Alberta, just this past weekend. All was very well until the first night around 12, when me and the woman went out to go to the bathroom. We heard coyotes earlier, and I oddly even saw a moose that same day, so I was unalarmed hearing coyotes. howling in the background. Until it seemed to stop in a matter of a minute or so. Then followed a single animal howl, closer with more medium to a low tone. But after about a minute of it, it started to sound like music was mixing and preceding the howl. Not like a song, but almost a single note of a chime that would sort of change. It went on for a minute, and me and her, we were completely dumbfounded. I tried taking a video of it, but my phone is just some $350 Moto, and the very mild sound I got out of the audio really sounded like nothing other than a few questionable sounds different from what I heard. The next morning, we also asked the old-timers at the site next to us, and the lady explained they had the same experience pretty much. I had gone camping for probably close to a month in a given year in my entire life. And this is probably the number one for the craziest thing I've experienced out in the bush, just from pure astonishment. Again, I don't actually believe it was paranormal activity myself, but if anyone at all understands what I said or have some related experience, I'm very curious. You also don't have to believe a word I said, but it was all very much so true. I'm Cherokee, so technically a Native American speaker. Very technical. However, that has nothing to do with what I'm going to talk about. That was just obligatory. Maybe it's not appropriate, but maybe it is for this Reddit question. I don't know for sure. I'm Hawaiian, living on the island of Kauai. I've met people on here who've said Hawaiians are Native American because Americans control Hawaii. Sure, buddy. Anyway, there's a lot of supernatural and myth here in Hawaii that I thought I might share a bit of. At least the most prevalent kind that I've heard of. Night marchers. Ghostly ancient Hawaiian warriors. You'll hear drums and see torches when they're near. You can't look at them, and you should lie on the ground in respect. They'll kill you otherwise. You still can die, even if you follow the recommendations. You're most likely to live if you're of Hawaiian descent. If a ghost or a warrior is a relative, he can call upon the night marchers to spare a descendant's life and or show absolute respect. The mermaid of Whaley River, she's very much like a siren of sorts. Whaley River is the biggest in terms of width of Kauai. She swims in that river and does what one would expect a siren to do. White men of Waimea Canyon, basically a small powder white creature that at night stalks people. The only story I've heard of involved the creature jumping on a guy's back and attacking him. Some sort of night creature, I forgot the name of it. I think it was some sort of one-eyed beast, but I'm not sure. Mythology's story of it involved a hunter who stayed out too late, so he decided to camp. He sets up a fire and sees the creature across from him. The monster just watches him from across the campfire. This particular monster doesn't like light. The hunter had to sit there and keep the flame lit until morning. When the sun began to rise, the monster left. General ghosts of people that haunt heias and grave sites. Heias are sacred ancient Hawaiian lands that people cannot tread upon. This is a real rule here. Legends ranging from bad luck, being haunted, and more can happen if one treads on sacred land, especially without respect in Hawaiian descent. My uncle once parked by a river and a hotel with a courtyard that was built upon the ancient gravesite. On that courtyard was a tree. My uncle said he saw people in that tree staring back at him. Anyway, Those are just stories at the top of my head. There are a ton of Hawaiian mythology, and I'm glad I was able to share some of that, even if this wasn't exactly a Native American story. This happened to my mom, but I'll share anyways. My mom was up near a campsite near town and was goofing around with her friends. She was around 19 or 20 at the time. Somehow she got separated from her friends. I'm guessing alcohol was involved. So she started walking back down the hill to town. It was the middle of the day and a long walk down the hill to get to town. A man driving down the hill slowly to a stop and asked her if she'd like a ride down to the bottom and into town. She said he seemed normal and nice. She accepted and got into the car with him. He's driving, but after a minute or two, he takes a turn off the paved road onto a dirt road. This, of course, caused my mom to start to worry. She said, "Hey, what are you doing? You're going the wrong way." He turned to her and said, "I am going to rape you, and then I'm going to kill you." My mom said her stomach just turned into knots. She then said what happened next was remarkable. She heard a voice internally say, "Don't worry, everything I tell you and everything will be okay." Then she felt calm. All of a sudden, the voice told her to say she needed to go to the bathroom. She alerted him and he actually stopped. The man turned around to give her privacy. She starts to pretend she's going to go, and a blue van came tearing down the dirt road out of nowhere. They opened the side door and pulled her in. They didn't ask. She didn't ask, but they pulled her inside. She said, "You just saved my life. That man was going to hurt me." The group in the van said they had a strange feeling that they needed to grab her. They were a Bible study group, and they all had a collectively strange feeling to conduct Bible study near over there in the hills, outdoors, despite always staying in town. Here's one that may or may not seem scary to you guys, but it was quite chilling to me and my friends. 3 summers ago, my friend Mikey's parents went to Ireland, so we had his house to ourselves. It was our first summer back from college, and we were just drinking a bit, smoking a little weed, that sort of thing. This detail is crucial to the story. We live in the middle of nowhere in upstate New York, like no houses for a good while. The houses that were in the area, we all knew since the town was so small. I was a heavy smoker at the time, so we're on his front porch. I'm smoking a cigarette. He lives on a farm and he has a sheepdog that lives outside in a barn. We're chatting when all of a sudden I hear the distinct sound of a little girl say something I can't quite make out. I chose not to acknowledge it because we were a bit stoned and I didn't want to be that guy. 5 minutes later I hear it again and stop mid-sentence. Mikey says to me, "Did you hear that too? This is the second time, right?" I heard it before, but didn't want to say anything. What the fuck, man? Keep in mind, this was at like 2 a.m., and we were surrounded by darkness save for his front porch light. Like I said, middle of nowhere, no light pollution. We're sitting there in silence now when we hear it again. Definitely a little girl. We still can't really make out what she's saying, but she's saying it in an almost cliché sing-song manner. It sounds like it's coming from down the road, where there isn't another house for a mile at least, and that family doesn't have a little girl. All of a sudden, Mikey's dog starts going fucking nuts and sprints off into the darkness, howling and making really frantic dog noises. That's the end of it. This isn't, a no-sleep situation, so we didn't die. And his dog's fine, but honest to God, that night was really creepy. And we still get the chills thinking about it. feel as I should start by saying I'm not one to easily spook, and when I encounter something strange, I'm usually able to find a rational explanation for it. It's been years since all this happened, and I've yet to come up with any rationalization. It started innocently enough, with a little excursion in the woods. I was visiting my grandparents at their cabin up in the Sierra Nevadas, and had brought my friend JB along. It was a couple summers after high school graduation, and while JB had never been hiking in this area, I had been gallivanting in these woods since I was knee-high to a grasshopper. We began our trek on the winding labyrinth of old logging roads that riddle the Stanislaus Forest like an earthen river of switchbacks and impossibly steep grades. The first stop for the day was about a half-mile off the dusty road. I recalled JB's hesitation when I told him, "We leave the road here, at this tree stump." In an emerald sea dotted with countless tree stumps, I can understand his reluctance to trust my skill at orienting. Even so, I quickly gained his confidence, and we set down the narrow game trail, the sound of water getting louder with each step. It wasn't long before we emerged from the scrub brush and the manzanadas to step out into a granite surface jutting out from the reddish dirt. We both marveled at the sight. Here, this modest creek made its way over the rock before falling down 12 feet into a crystal-clear pool. In the pool, you can watch small brook trout feeding on mosquito larvae, creating tiny ripples to interfere with those caused by the churning waterfall. Downstream, the forest had reclaimed the creek bed with fallen trees and ferns. I've been there 100 times, and it always feels like a new discovery. We basked in the sun upon the granite for a short while before I directed our expedition upstream. Above the waterfall, the stream becomes a disjointed series of small pools from which scattered birch trees drink. It's always much colder in this section of the gully, rightfully so considering the tomes it hides. A short stretch from the fall, a group of birch rise up from the bank. The true aim of this leg of the trip, examining the trees, one gets a feel for the permanence these mountains hold. Scrolled out of the bark, countless visitors have left their mark. Hundreds of names, initials, short messages, and dates are carved into the living logbooks. Dan, SJC, Tracy and Glenn, 72, Mark, 54. Reading all these names and thinking of the people who stood exactly where we stood while reading, it's almost surreal. I always find joy in reading the trees here. But it also seems to lead to strange feelings, a sort of uneasiness. JB was feeling this when he mentioned, "Man, this is kind of spooky out here." This was the statement that led us to our next destination. We have both, JB and I, always being thrill seekers, exploring derelict factories, hiking in the darkness of night. We love the excitement one finds in the spooky corners of the world around us. Knowing our nature as such, I asked if he wanted to go explore an abandoned scout camp. It was really just a rhetoric. Of course he wanted to. And so we set out for the second leg of our journey, to make our way to the camp. We made a short walk of the hike. I knew the roads and navigated with confidence. We decided to take the road less traveled and cut through the forest, further removing ourselves from any sign of civilization. The camp emerges from some trees and brush fairly suddenly, the densely wooded surroundings abruptly opening into a neatly cleared path lined with logs and rock. Entering the camp in the manner we did, You first pass the large mess hall with its boarded windows and debris-covered deck. A tall steel stovepipe reaches for the sky, quickly diminished by a gargantuan redwood growing near a creek. The redwood's size makes it feel out of place. In this forest, full of fir and pine, that scarcely exceed 3 feet in diameter, this monster rose from the ground with a girth of about 6. You can see hundreds of little holes made by woodpeckers as you walk by the tree and approach an old, rickety bridge. As we crossed the bridge, its wooden deck creaked with each step. We noticed a stillness. It was a type of stillness foreign to these surroundings. We found ourselves no longer surrounded by squirrels bounding up trees and birds flying above. We were alone now. Even the wind, it seemed, hesitated to travel through this place. Once over the bridge, we walked along the log-lined path, leading us behind the counselor's bunk. Like the mess hall, the windows are boarded up and the facade falling into despair. The front porch, however, was remarkably clear of pine needles and dust that covered the rest of the property. Further still, we made our way down and through a small amphitheater with split log benches arranged in stacked semicircles around a central point marked only with a short, upright log. Scattered throughout this area are wooden platforms, roughly 12 feet and raised a few feet from the ground. In the camp's operational days, these served as foundations for the large canvas tents that housed the scouts during the stay. One of these platforms we discovered an old bicycle chained to a tree. It looked as though it had been locked there for months. As we walked through this platform village, the sun had already begun its downward journey, filtering down through the trees. The air became cooler and moist as we went further into the camp. At the western edges of the platform area, there lies another amphitheater, this one much larger than the first. The benches are cut into the earth and much more scattered, not neatly aligned like the smaller one. At the center there was this single wooden chair, and yet another log turned on end, which we couldn't help but imagine as an altar. Above the altar was a wooden structure built of small down trees bound to deteriorating rope. We noticed more of these structures, along with frames tied in a similar fashion, scattered all around this larger meeting area. I directed JB down behind the stage, where I showed him the old swimming pool. It remains completely empty, save for a foot or so of bright green algae slime at the way bottom. The shattered pool lights reflected rays of sunlight across the sludge, casting an eerie greenish glow to the surrounding walls. At this point, we had pretty much explored all of the areas of the camp that I had been to before, and with the sun sinking further, we began our trek back. The forest air remained still and silent as I led the way past the large amphitheater toward the dirt road that would lead us out. We took the dirt road all the way past the bunkhouses before we walked back onto the log-lined paths. We were maybe 100 yards past the bunkhouses when my hair stood on end. I looked over to JB, and I could tell by the look on his face that he was experiencing the same sinking feeling as I. He looked over at me as we slowed our pace, eventually coming to a halt. We just stood there, frozen in a random fear, a moment. We both knew this feeling, that guttural sensation that tells you you're not alone. The feeling of being watched. I could feel a piercing stare from behind us. Knowing that I had to look back, but chilled to the bone at the thought of actually seeing something. I suspect the same thing was racing through JB's mind as we both slowly turned. Our intuition was unfortunately correct. With our hearts thumping in our chests, our eyes fixed on a figure on the clearing over which we had just passed. A man just standing there. Our fear had come to full fruition. He was wearing a white t-shirt and blue jeans, just standing there, looking at us. We both froze for a fleeting moment before turning to look at each other in utter disbelief. Where did this guy come from? How long had he been here? Has he been following us? Where the fuck are all the squirrels? Why is the wind stopped in this place? Where the fuck did this guy come from? We were thinking a mile a minute. Who was this guy, and what did he want? It wasn't more than a second or two before we turned to look at the man again, only to discover he had vanished. That was it for our nerves. As I was turning back to face JB, I could hear his frantic footsteps. He was bailing. I quickly followed. I ran like I never ran before, my legs flying by each other, my feet barely touching the ground. I kept telling myself, slow down, if you trip, you'll be left behind in this place. My legs wouldn't listen. We sprinted through the camp, down the paths, and up onto another logging road, eventually leading us to pavement and a long run back to my grandparents' cabin. When we had finally arrived and collapsed into the chairs set out on the deck, we tried to piece it all together. We both had seen him. We both had seen that he disappeared. Neither of us could believe it, but most of all, we seemed to be safe now with the breeze blowing across our sweat-soaked shirts and squirrels once again frolicking about. We had made it. Happened to my boss and a few co-workers of mine. They had a home office run of about 100-plus-year-old home. The original owners and inhabitants passed away a few years prior. My boss became angry because the employees who were there all day said that the place was haunted. They claimed to hear sounds around the house when nobody was home. It's just the house settling. To outright seeing a person stand in the hallway. I made one employee uncomfortable enough to leave. Finally, a funny incident happened. They moved to another location, and our boss moved into the home. He was convinced that the neighbors had scared the workers into believing the place was haunted. He was 60 years old at that point, so he didn't care. That changed one morning when he was woken up by footsteps. The house was made of an old wood, and any little step on the floor travels quite loudly. Knowing he was supposed to be alone, he listened to be sure and definitely heard someone casually walking around. He said he heard the steps stop at the bottom of his staircase, and at that point, grabbed his gun and ran out. He thought he was about to confront a robber. Nothing found, though. He described how scary it was to go through every room in the house, expecting to find someone hiding behind a door. But the house was still locked up, and nothing was disturbed. At this point, he said he began to believe the house was, in fact, having an extra occupant. What sucks is now the company's moving back into that place, and I'm going to be there alone the most. My assurance from the boss was, I think it moved, but even if it didn't, it's only a few sounds that you'll have to get used to. My grandma's haunted trailer. So I thought I'd share my family's experiences with the unexplained, and I can assure you, as real as I'm standing here, these accounts and experiences are 1,000% real, accurate, and are both experiences I've had while visiting my grandma's trailer after her passing, while my uncle and aunt, who were living in the trailer, were moving out of one night in 2019. First of all, for the sake of this post, I'll call myself Jacob, and my dad's side of the family all live in trailers and homes built on different ridges up on the mountains outside of my town. Where I lived, the aforementioned mountainous areas where my dad's family lived on, is called, for the sake of this post, West Kentucky. They've lived there since I can remember, and probably even longer than that. My grandma's trailer sits on a road a few miles from the entrance to the mountainous area. So basically, think one of those horror movies where, like Wrong Turns, except there's lots of random abandoned creepy-looking trailers and houses and barns around the ridges. My grandma's haunted trailer. So, to start off, I thought I'd share the story of my grandma's trailer. So, my grandma's trailer is where my grandfather died in 2007. After at least 5 or 6 long years battling cancer before my grandfather died, he claimed to see these little children running in and out of the door to the trailer. But no one else saw them except for him. He would talk to them and laugh at them. He was a very Christian and religious man who loved God. So, I take this as he's maybe the spirit of the children, or maybe comforting him until Jesus came back and took him away. When he died, my grandfather died in the trailer in 2007. After that, at about 2009 or 2010, that's when things started to get really strange, as my grandmother would claim to see apparitions of my grandfather at night, standing at her bed, as well as also see spirits of friends of hers, and my grandfather, who's either recently passed on or were long since dead. My grandmother died 3 years ago in 2018 after suffering a fall at one of my aunt's houses. They lived on the same group of ridges as the rest of my family, and the fall broke several bones and fractured her pelvis and caused her to go into septic shock. After she was about to put in for a medically induced coma, my uncle, who was one of my 3 uncles who are still alive after one died from cancer in 2017, a year before my grandma's passing. Anyways, so my uncle, without family consent, made the hospital pull the plug on her, and she died at the hospital. A legal battle over the land the trailer sits on would then ensue, as well as also the family being torn apart by the drama of the legal battle and the fight between my father and my uncle. So my uncle and aunt moved into the trailer afterwards and started talking about how their cat would see things that weren't there. And my aunt would see a mist form at the area where my grandfather's hospital bed was, at the exact same time at night when my grandfather died back in 2007. As well as also a butterfly that would make a bell on top of the back door of the trailer. And it would make the bell ring as if it was wanting in. And my aunt would see her son, who hung himself in a barn a few months or years before. And after my grandmother's passing as well, seeing ghosts of my grandfather, grandmother, and my dead aunt, who also died from cancer in 2014. So, in 2019, they were moving to Tennessee, so I went with my father to help them pack up and move along where my uncle's brother, who accompanied him all the way from Tennessee to Kentucky. As we were moving, things all of a sudden, all the car lights just went out inexplicably, even though the keys were in the ignition. Well, even the engine was off, and the lights in the back of the U-Haul also went out, as if someone or something didn't want us to take things out. So after that, we put the lights back on as well as also the engines, and we continued to pack things up until once again the lights did the exact same thing again. So we put them back on and packed things up. Still, until I started to feel a presence following me throughout the house. I would hear footsteps when no one would be in the house as well. Also a female voice who would say hi or hello or hey. I didn't think nothing of it till I got home. My 2 out-of-body experiences. There are so many experiences being out of my body. Of these, I was not dead, just stopped breathing for no reason in my sleep. First out-of-body experience. So, my first one was a couple of months after the passing of my grandmother. I had trouble getting over her passing, and I was having severe panic attacks and anxiety from before September, which was the month my grandmother died, to all the way up to Christmas and my birthday in October. Since her passing, I was having dreams of my grandmother being in my dreams most of the time. They were dreams of funerals of either my long-since deceased grandfather, who passed away in 2007, or a dream about my grandmother's funeral. Most of them had my brain's bad memory of what my grandfather looked like in a casket, dead with my grandmother sitting in the front row. Up next to his casket, I believed a few of them even had my other deceased relatives in them as well. But most of them were just my grandmother in them. And my grandmother would always look the same way she did in real life. A very, very good depreciation of what she looked like, I suppose. Those were visits by her in my dreams. So one night, I was sleeping and suddenly I was standing in heaven, literal heaven, like from the Bible. Almost as much detail, if not more, as the Bible depicted. In the sky was a bright blue as the oceans, if they were never polluted, and there were clouds nowhere in the sky to be seen. Where I was standing, I could see in the distance a cloud with a city of gold with ginormous skyscraper-sized mansions, as the Bible called them, and an even bigger temple mansion, whatever you would call it, in the center of the city, with a giant dome, and in front of me was standing Jesus Christ himself, in a white robe, with a red robe sash hanging on the left side of his white robe. He looked like the drawings of him you would see in churches. From the brown beard to his face, he was wearing sandals, and there behind him was a bench, like you would see in a park or a playground, with a lamppost beside of it, and the streets were lined with gold bricks, and beside Jesus, standing directly in front of me, my recently deceased grandmother and my grandfather, and one of my aunts who died of cancer in 2014. My grandmother was wearing the dress we put her in the casket in and buried her in, and my grandfather was wearing a blue button-up shirt and brown pants like the pictures I would seen of him, wearing the exact same clothes. I don't remember what my deceased aunt was wearing, though. It was a very brief visit, though, as my grandmother said almost immediately, "Mama, I can't visit you anymore." And immediately I woke up. Second out-of-body experience. So my second one wasn't very eventful, as I was sleeping, and I guess I must have stopped breathing, as all of a sudden I rose gently above my body, and I was floating above my body. I could even turn around and go in circles as well as I was floating, and I could see my body laying there. But suddenly, I kept trying to get pulled up into the sky, as if something was pulling me up and into the sky above. But I kept fighting until I finally floated back and into my body. I suddenly and immediately took the biggest gasp of air I've ever taken in my entire life. And I was awake. My uncle's haunted house. Every time I go to make a post about my family's experiences with the supernatural, I kept forgetting this one. And this one is definitely one hell of a fucked up story. So around, I'd say, 2016-ish, my uncle was diagnosed with cancer, and later on he died in 2017, becoming the latest member of my dad's family to succumb to the disease, along with my grandpa and a couple aunts. Anyway, so he wanted to move back to where he grew up, at northeastern Kentucky, up in the boonies as we called it, the Appalachian Mountains. Now, not to go into my family's history, let's just say that's where my dad's family grew up, and had sort of stories of everything from Indian witch doctors living in old rundown shacks in the woods, to the devil himself haunting the entire area. So, yeah. Now, the house he moved into was pretty normal looking from looking at it in the front. Nothing weird or creepy. It was a dark wood, almost loggish. Like a log house, except it wasn't the logs that were used to build it, but it just had that sort of feel when looking at it. I went with my dad to deliver a couch up to the house on the back of the truck. The house was situated on a really steep hill, or knob as some people here call it, with a really gnarly dirt road going up to the house, and even the road had really nasty drop-offs on both sides of it, so we had to drive pretty slow in order for us not to go over into the creek. So we get to it finally, after about 3 minutes of careful driving, and I get out and walk up to the front of the house, and there in front of me is a stillborn fetus grave from what I think is said on the 80s or 90s, possibly late 70s. But I'm pretty sure the fetus was born really recently, like in 1999, 1998, 97. Anywho, so I was pretty dumbfounded as to why exactly the family didn't exhume the fetus and take it with them. I told my uncle, and he said something like this: "Yeah, that's a fetus buried there." I believe he also elaborated more on what happened with the fetus and something with the original family that lived there that had the fetus stillborn, but I don't remember all he said. So we get the couch inside, and me and Dad go walking around, and my uncle shows us around the place. At least 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and the most chilling thing about the place is literally every single item from the previous owner was still there. Like, no joke, the beds were on almost prison-like mattress frames, steel and folded in the corners of the bedroom, and duct taped together. I remember there were kids' toys in the closet, and one of the rooms all dust and dirty. Looked like they were there for a very long time, at least most of a year or two. And a TV on the dresser, and in the backyard a huge, absolutely gargantuan pile of kids' toys, clothes, furniture, and wooden chairs thrown in a pile in the middle of the backyard. And burned with soot all over the ground, around in a circle, and with more black on the items in the pile. There was also a giant rock wall in the backyard with trees and bushes. There was a hot tub attached to the front porch with old nasty water in it, and a few items left in it, as if whoever lived there left in a hurry. Pretty creepy place. I remember my uncle said something about the woods around the backyard, but I don't remember exactly what it was. Anyways, so we left to go home, and to make a long story short, the whole house and the woods surrounding the backyard was haunted as fuck. Like, holy shit. So first thing, my first uncle's second wife at the time and his little girl, who was like 9 or 10 at the time, as well as the little girl, claimed to see a man in overalls and a little boy in overalls running around the house and around the yard. I remember also that my uncle said that he saw a man in overalls whom was wearing the same thing and no shoes, but almost maybe the same age as my uncle's daughter. His wife didn't believe them, and until she saw the same thing when she was doing the dishes one evening and saw a little boy run past the kitchen window in the front yard. In 2017, before my uncle's death from cancer, he was starting to be tortured by these spirits, as he would lock my aunt and uncle in the back bedroom and get his shotgun saying, "Stay here," and lock the door so they couldn't get out, yelling at nothing while guarding them behind the door for some unseen force, yelling at them to leave them alone. Those kind of things would keep going until one late evening as the sun was setting, my dad got a call from one of his brothers telling him to get my uncle as he was having some sort of mental breakdown. When my dad got there, my uncle was sitting in the garage with his gun, sitting in a chair, shouting at, again, an unseen force. My dad asked what was wrong, and he said, "The farmer and the boy are trying to get me." Throughout his entire stay at the house, he kept referencing this farmer and the boy. A strange occurrence my brother and his girlfriend had in their trailer 2 nights ago. For some background, my brother and his girlfriend live in the trailer her mom bought last year. Girlfriend's mother passes away earlier this year from a massive heart attack while laying on her bed. They found her slumped over on her bedside table, unresponsive and blue. Girlfriend's little brother, almost teenager, has Asperger's syndrome, stays in his bedroom all night and day, never comes out. He was home when his mother died, never knew it, as he was at the other end of the trailer. She was on the other side, away from him. After mother's death, little brother is sent to live with grandmother. Grandmother gives trailer to brother and girlfriend to live in, as they had nowhere else to go. So, for the past however many months it's been since mother's death, they've been living there together. Now for the incident. Last night my mom got a call from my brother telling her a strange occurrence that had happened the night prior. It goes like this. Brother's in the other room watching TV with all the lights off in the entire trailer, except for probably only the bathrooms. Watching TV, he hears this girl who is asleep in their bedroom on the other side of the trailer. Lights off, pitch black, is heard talking in her sleep, having a conversation with someone. He can't hear what she's saying, but all of a sudden, he hears a male, very deep, almost guttural voice coming from the room with her. Brother calls her name 2 times, gets up, walks through the house to the bedroom, asks who she's talking to. Girlfriend says, brother tells her she's not talking to him. Girlfriend wakes up freaked the fuck out, as I would be too in that situation. They didn't sleep at all that night, probably not last night as well. Anyways, just thought I'd share the strange occurrence they had, as it was right up your all's alley. Now, I myself do believe in spirits and have had experiences myself in my grandparents' trailer 4 years ago. Haunted Appalachia, Part 1. Background. I've grown up in eastern Kentucky for several years, since the age of 1. My family, both sides, have grown up in the rural Appalachias, their whole lives as well. But as with modern times, moved to the small towns, nestled here in the valley situated between the rolling hills and the deep ridge lines. Where the following stories take place is a rural area nestled deep in the Appalachian Mountains. It's got a name and it's considered a county. However, the area where my dad's family grew up in is within this area, and where these stories come from. It's more like a collection of deep ridges and mountain folk than anything else. Just to clear up any confusion that this is an actual town. During the early days of the settlers, these mountains were home to the Cherokee Indians. Many cemeteries in this area are actually around 30 to 40 graves of Native Americans buried there. They're marked with stones and rocks rather than more traditional Indian burial routines in the 1800s. George Washington's aide-de-camp, Colonel Grayson, was bestowed upon him a 70,000-acre piece of land, which now is where my town is located at today. Story number 1. In the 1970s or 80s, my mom and her aunt, along with their small cousins, were driving in an empty road just outside of town when they created the top of a hill where an abandoned farmhouse stood. They stopped their car in its tracks when they saw a massive hovering saucer-shaped craft hovering over the house. Frightened, my mother and her aunt booked it out of there at high speed. Scared, they continued down the mountain, back to town quickly. However, when they looked in the rearview mirror, they saw the craft coming after them at a high rate of speed, tailing the car and keeping up with it, and they attempted multiple times to evade the craft, but to no avail. It chased them for over a mile to town, until finally just at the edge of the county road that leads back into town, it finally disappeared. My mother was told this story at least 100 times to family and friends, most of which believe her, as they too have seen strange lights in the sky and around various areas of the community, though some don't. She drew me a picture of the spacecraft a few years ago, which I still have. It's gray and almost metallic looking. By the way she drew it, it has red lights on all edges of the bottom of the craft, along with a few green on the sides of it. If anyone wants to see a sketch, I'll happily oblige. Story number 2. When my mother was a child, she was at home with her parents and siblings, and one night, a man whom her mother and family already knew and were acquainted with barged into the house and scared us out of our wits. He lived in a cabin deep within the woods, some miles away. During his stay there, he reported poltergeist activity, orbs, paranormal activity within the property and the house itself. He would go on to tell my grandmother that reportedly he was tormented all night by a demon who threw pots and pans, glasses, and even furniture at him. This went on for almost an entire night. It would throw them completely out of the cabinets, almost hitting him with it. Also reportedly starting knocking and tapping on the sides of the house and thumping on the walls and ceiling. Finally, he mustered up the nerves to utter the Lord's Prayer and attempt to rebuke it in the name of Jesus Christ. This seemed to piss it off even more and caused it to become even more aggressive, and now would try to kill him with more heavier objects. He ran from the house and spent about 7 or 8 hours walking through the woods, through rural county roads back to my grandmother's house. While on his way to the house, he reported that he would hear footsteps trailing him in the woods and next to the road, but he couldn't see anything, and it continued like this for several hours until he finally reached their house. Story number 3. In the 90s in town sat a white brick house at the top of a small hill. A man and his wife lived there for several years. The man was in his 40s or 50s, and the woman somewhere around the same age, I believe. Anyways, one day while my mom was working at the local gas station, where the woman also coincidentally worked, the man had called her saying something was wrong with the gas in the house, and he was going to go look at it to see if he could fix it. The gas was located in the basement. He went downstairs and lied on his back and crawled up under the thing to see what had happened. He lit a match and immediately the house exploded, sending rubble everywhere and a massive fire hall and a smoke that could be seen through town. The man's wife, who saw the explosion from the gas station, ran home to discover the house gone. Nothing was left but its foundations. The man's body, as one might expect in a situation like this, was blown into pieces, with body parts even littering some neighboring houses. Since then, it has become a local legend that the man's spirit haunts the house that was built on the land where the original one stood. The show Ghost Hunters, or maybe another ghost hunting TV series, actually filmed an episode here because of the experiences by the home's inhabitants, everything from pots and pans rattling and stuff being thrown around to actual manifestations inside the residence. Haunted Appalachia, Part 2. Story number 1. Where my dad's family lives is up in a series of ridges and hollers that, for the sake of this entry, I'll call Webb, Kentucky. My dad's entire lineage has lived there ever since the 1800s. I've looked back into our family tree, and it's chock full of history. From an old one-armed Irishman who built the 2-story log cabin where my father's family grew up in, and where his grandparents, my great-grandparent, lived. Their entire lives to Native American heritage. Where the following story takes place is at my uncle's house, which is the 2-story log cabin built by said Irishman. My uncle died in 2010 of a massive heart attack on his porch at home, and most of the time, it's since sat empty, except for my aunt, my grandma's sister, staying there during the spring and summer. The house itself has had a history of paranormal activity, from disembodied footsteps coming from the upstairs rooms to voices and apparitions. My whole life, my dad and his sisters and brothers had always sweared that the house was haunted by spirits of my great-grandparent, the one-armed man who built the property, and possibly even my late uncle who died there. But that isn't the one thing that happened there. In the late 90s or early 2000s, somewhere around that time, my uncle, who loved spending time out in the woods day and night coon hunting with his pack of hunting dogs, was out one night on one of his nightly hunts. According to my aunt, who heard the story from my uncle, who retold it to my grandparents later on, he was in the woods when something chased him out with great success. He said he could hear bipedal walking, tailing him into the woods. His coonhounds were akin to predators, seemed frightened, and wouldn't chase after whatever it was. He fled through the woods as he heard whatever it was chasing him from behind. He barely made it home by the skin of his teeth, as whatever was chasing him all the way back to his property. He retold the story to my family a few weeks later while visiting. Story number 2. My uncle, my dad's oldest brother, had moved back to the mountain after some years away in the nearby city after remarrying the family. We kept up with him from time to time, but he set on his own and was doing quite well. However, unfortunately, in the mid to late 2016, he was diagnosed with incurable lung cancer and was given only a short month to a year to live. Seeing as how he didn't want to die in the city, he decided to move back into the hills of home. He spent a little while trying to find a suitable house or trailer to move his family back into, but after a while, he finally found one nestled on a very steep hill with a gravel road leading up the hill to the house. It sat surrounded by dense dark woods and a backyard that was walled off by a massive rock face with even more woods surrounding it. The house was what I would describe as a log cabin type build with light brown wood covering. The whole outside and tin shingled roof. It even had a small hot tub off the side of a small porch, but it had not been used in quite some time. However, that wasn't the strangest part of the property. In the front yard, in a medium-sized garden that the previous owners had made, sat a grave. Yes, a real grave. It was a stillborn infant baby fetus who died in the 1970s or 80s, years prior, and had been buried there ever since. I found that extremely odd and unnerving, but the inside didn't fare much better either. Whoever had lived there previously must have left in a hurry, as they left all kinds of belongings behind. Dishes were left in the kitchen, tables, a TV, bed frames were taped together in the bedrooms, with only the bedrolls themselves being taken. Little girls' clothes and a Minnie Mouse TV stuffed into a closet in the back bedroom. And in the backyard was the strangest sight of all. A massive burn pile made up of furniture and a piece of other objects and personal effects, all scorched and burned black, with a giant circle of black surrounding the pile, signified by an outline in the dirt. The whole house had a very eerie and creepy vibe to it, like something was wrong there, very wrong. My father, as a promise to his dying brother, started work on the house immediately, arranging for satellite TV to be hooked up in the living room, which is where my uncle and his family were forced to sleep, while work was underway elsewhere in the house. However, soon this happy abode turned into a living hell. Sleeping in the living room, you would hear footsteps walking across the wooden floors. You would hear doors close and open by themselves, and shadows were seen. My uncle started seeing a small boy, an older man in overalls and straw hat, who after a while, they would torment him, even up until his dying day. His wife, who thought he was going crazy, never knew anything odd was happening. That was until while in the kitchen, she saw the boy in overalls running past the kitchen window. Going outside, nothing was there. His daughter always soon started experiencing the oddness of the property, as she told her mother that she had been playing with the boy in her room just a short time ago. When going to see what was going on, nothing was there. My uncle was continually tormented by these spirits, even locking my family who went to visit in the back bedroom out of fear that they would hurt them. Eventually, however, they were found to finally flee the home, having been run out by all the aggressive activity inside the home. My uncle did eventually pass away in 2017, but the entire time he was there at the home, he was tormented by the restless spirits of the man and the boy. After his death, the family pastor and another preacher went to the property and blessed it, and attempted to banish the dark entities haunting the home. They threw holy water on the walls and front doors and back door, and ordered the spirits out of the name of Jesus Christ. After that, no one knows for sure if the property ever had any odd activity again. Story 3. My father would stay the nights at my grandmother's when she was still alive. She died in 2018. Most of the time, he would stay with her because she was afraid of the nighttime, as she had some form of sundowners and would see and hear things at night. So he stayed to calm some of her nerves. This particular night, her sister was visiting for the week, and he decided to go up and hang out with them for a while, and stayed the night as well. At about midnight or sometime after that, he was awoken by the sound of a garbage being gone through and a loud thump, as whatever it was had knocked the lid off the trash can, causing a loud boom that had awoken my aunt and my grandmother. As they got my dad up to investigate whatever the disturbance was, out back, grabbing my grandfather's old shotgun and a flashlight, he opened up the back door and walked out to investigate. Having seen the trash can lid, you can see trash had been gone through. He walked farther out through the back area to see if anything was out there. And that's when he saw it walking back up the hill and back into the woods. It was a very large and very tall creature, in white with red eyes. Red eyes reflecting the light from the flashlight bouncing off of it. The creature watched him, the entire time as it walked back into the woods as it vanished. My dad walked back inside, white from what he had just seen, pale as a ghost. My aunt tried to ask what had happened, and that's when he told her and called my mom on the house phone, relaying the encounter to my mother. Had my stepbrother try to find an odd encounter from the area, and he had found one. A man had reported being followed in the woods while he was walking down the same stretch of road one day. He never saw anything, but it was walking with him every step. It was later discovered that there was a legend there about the devil himself haunting the woods and the mountains there. Haunted Appalachia Part 3, Finale. Story number 1. My dad and myself went to the rural county cemetery located in the bowels of the mountains. This cemetery's been there for at least 80 or 90-ish years. The cemetery sits on a small hill with a very steep road going up, and only a very good truck with four-wheel drive or an off-road vehicle could get there. It's located in between a four-way, with only one home, a double-wide trailer located down the hill. It's been empty and for sale for about a year or two, and was empty during the time of our visit. It had a fence encircling it, and 2 pine trees sitting in the middle of it. That's where my family is buried at. My grandmother and grandfather are both buried there as well, as also my uncle, whom had the haunted cabin in the previous story. He has his ashes buried there at the foot of my grandfather's vault. 3 other aunts and uncle are also buried there, as well as also my great-grandparents. We got out and went through the chain-locked gate that you have to pull apart and open from the outside, and we sat there at the grave of my grandparents for about 20 or 30 minutes. Talking, we sometimes liked to walk around the grounds for a little bit before we headed back to town, and today was no different. We walked around looking at the graves from the 17 and 1800s, as well as Cherokee graves marked by rocks at the very back of the cemetery. However, I find something odd on the grounds by a flat grave marker, a grave from the 1800s. It was a large bare foot, at least 2 times larger than my own. I sat there stunned by what I was seeing. Its big toe was extremely large and round in the shape of a quarter perfectly round. Its arch was very broad and curved very sharply, making the rest of the foot almost look sideways in appearance. Whatever it was there the night prior passing through. I inspected the ground surrounding the rest of the cemetery and saw nothing else, no other tracks, nothing. When I got home, I told my mother what had happened. She seemed to believe me, and my father, considering I never had lied about or seen anything like that before and could see the amazement on my face. Sometime later, my aunt happened to be visiting, and I told her about the track I had found out there. And what she told me was very creepy. She told me that when my other uncle, my father's other brother, was out there visiting the graves years prior, he had come home and said that something was in the cemetery. He said he had felt watched and was very creeped out being alone back there. Story number 2. When my grandmother died in the fall and early winter of 2018, my aunt and uncle had moved into her trailer until they could secure a new home and move back from Tennessee to be closer to the family. Many people who stayed the night there while my grandmother was still alive would swear that my grandfather's spirit, who died of cancer until hospice care in the trailer years prior, was haunting the residents. Strange footsteps in the night, voices and knocking on the trailer walls would always be reported. My father had even encountered said oddities. The knocking would come from outside, and when looking outside or stepping out there with a gun, nothing was there. Prior to my grandmother's passing, my father's only living brother had come to visit her at the trailer one evening, and said that he had seen my grandfather standing by her with his arm around her, and he said, "Son, I'm going to see your mother very, very soon," and then vanished. And my grandmother did join him a few months later. That was when my aunt and uncle had moved in. Afterwards, nothing strange happened, yet and eventually they had found a suitable new home and moved into it on a cold winter's night. And in the dead of night, the power to the trailer being cut, as you would expect given them moving the power bill didn't need to be paid. We arrived at the home and began moving them out. Boxes of clothes, TVs, couch, beds, all loaded into the U-Haul, parked in the front yard with the engine running and the keys in the ignition. Suddenly, every light source we had just went out. The flashlight we had hung on the front porch facing the front door went out, and the U-Haul's engine completely died. We went back out and turned them back on. However, a few minutes later, it did it again. Everything went black. That is when I started being followed around while inside the rooms of the trailer. I felt like someone was following around, just following me. And I swear at times I would hear a female voice saying, "Hi," as well as also a male spirit, which was also heard by my father while in the living room. This continued on, and finally after everything was loaded into the U-Haul, we were regrouped outside, getting ready to leave. And we were talking out in the front yard. I swear I could hear someone walking across the hardwood floors in the home. We left a few minutes later. A new family moved in a few months later after doing some rehab on the trailer, and as far as we know, no other paranormal activity had been reported since. Story number 3. My father and myself were driving back to town after visiting my aunt, his sister, and my uncle has their trailer. It was late in the evening and raining. Everything was muddy and wet, and fog was hovering somewhat over the hills and ridgelines. When we got to the bend in the round, a little curve about a mile out, there's a house where suddenly this woman with short black hair comes walking out of the dense, thick woods. Beside the wood, my father almost hit her head and swerved to avoid her. She was wearing a rain jacket and black sweatpants and dirty tennis shoes. It looks like she'd been in the woods all night and maybe even all week. She had mud all over her pants, her jacket, her shirt underneath was soaking wet. All of her hair was a mess. She looked very disheveled and stared at us all the way up the road, just staring. I even looked back into the rearview mirror and she was still there at the side of the road looking back at us, not even moving back into the woods or walking away, just staring. She was never seen again. I often wondered just what the hell she was doing out there, wet and alone. Perhaps she was kidnapped. Perhaps she was raped. Whatever the case, something was off about her. Brother. Story number 1. My brother and his friends were deer hunting in some woods up in the area close to his home. This was multiple years ago, so nothing recent. They were going through the woods with their guns when suddenly they spot something in a tree watching them. This thing jumps from the high vantage point, and it's around 10 or 20 feet high, and falls all the way down to the ground without being seriously injured. It was covered in thick matted hair, and it was on 2 legs. They aimed their guns at it, but the thing screamed at them, though he considered it more like a roar, and charged them. They ran out of the woods as fast as they could, as this thing chased them for quite some time before finally losing it and getting back home in one piece. Uncle and Aunt. Story number 1. My aunt and uncle are the oldest of my mother's family. My uncle had served in the Vietnam War and was even at one point during his stay overseas, had even been captured along with his brother. They were held hostage by the Viet Cong in the jungles. He would often feel stories of how they would whip them and beat them mercilessly and throw feces on them all. After he returned home, they lived up in the rural area where my mother's family had grew up. their whole lives before they moved to the city and started private and home nursing and hospice center where my aunt had personally cared for deathly ill patients from dementia to cancer. She treated them all with respect and kindness. However, around the early 2010s, after she had long since retired and my uncle started to become ill, as well the organization whom helped get them the house in the first place had foreclosed on them, they were forced to move into a retirement home by the interstate. It was a high-rise apartment building located by the interstate. Mostly only elderly and handicapped were living there. Well, around a few months to maybe a year in, there's one night, and they saw an elderly woman who had Alzheimer's walking across a frozen pond near the building. No one even knew she was even gone. They watched in horror as the woman fell through the ice and drowned in the lake. No one discovered her body until the next morning. After that, however, some say her spirit lingered in the building. My aunt and uncle would often talk about how they would hear footsteps. And one night my uncle got up for something to drink in the middle of the night, only to see the woman standing there in the middle of the living room. Frightened, he flicked on the light and she vanished. This continued for months and weeks as the spirit of the woman haunted their living area. Eventually, though, they were forced to move again after my uncle had dementia for years prior, but it started to progress even more during this time. And just last year, he would lose this lifelong battle with the evil disease. Welcome to Paranormal M, the channel that explores the unexplainable. We invite you to join us on this eerie journey and hit the subscribe button and notification bell to be the first to know about our latest unworldly stories. Let's get spooked. 1. This might not be very scary, but ever since I moved into my house, I've had a strange feeling about it. Like hearing the stairs creak when no one is there, lights randomly turning off, or the TV switching channels when no one is even near the remote, or feeling like I'm being watched. I've also seen a glimpse of a white silhouette walking past in the corner of my eye. A few times now, I've also heard the same whisper saying my name, or things like, "Come to me," or "I see you." But that might have just been in my mind. But the scariest one was when I was home alone around Christmas. So it was very dark outside. It was around 21 when I was just sitting in the kitchen when I hear a loud noise that sounds like someone desperately trying to get in through the back door. It's facing a small garden and is almost always locked. I looked through the window on the back door, but I couldn't see anything. I quickly called my mom, and after a few tries, she picked up. I explained to her what was going on, and she dismissed it, just being my rabbit gnawing on some wood or wrestling around in his cage. Then the noise started again. As she'd hung up, and I was in tears at this point, so I called my mom again and begged her to come home, and she eventually gave in and told me she'd be home in a while. But when she came home, she said that it was probably just some other noise and not someone trying to get in, because this was like in a secluded area, and they would have to be seeing me sitting in the kitchen since I had the lights on. There was no door to the kitchen, and there's plenty of windows everywhere. I'm not a religious person. I don't believe in higher powers, and I don't believe in ghosts. I do like ghost stories and ghost theories, though, and I love debating them and figuring them out, while trying not to discount what someone else has experienced. At the end of the day, I wasn't there, so I can't say for sure what happened. Anyways, long, dark corridors are unsettling. When I was younger, like 6 to 10, I lived in a large house with my parents and my brother. My bedroom was on a corridor that ran the length of the house on the upper floor, with the bathroom on one end and my parents' bedroom on the other end. Going to the toilet at night required me to get out of my room and walk into this pitch black corridor for 4 or 5 meters before I reached the light switch, and depending on what movie my parents were watching, when I sneaked downstairs to watch as well, that was not always easy, and sometimes resulted in mad dashes down the corridor until I ran into the light switch. I saved up the money my parents gave me each week and bought a flashlight. My mom took it away. My dad realized what was going on and put one of those lights you plug into the socket by the light switch, so I had an easy time focusing on it and finding it. I think this unsettling feeling when standing in or looking down dark corridors is some leftover instinct from when people had to fend with bears and caves for shelter from rain or cold temperatures. Dogs will growl at anything. They have very, very sensitive hearing. Our dog now sometimes jumps up in the middle of the night and growls at the door for no reason. He probably heard a fox or a cat or a squirrel or someone who doesn't live here and walked into the driveway. Our dog can distinguish between people who walk into the driveway. It's crazy. He'll ignore my neighbors coming home, but he'll jump up and be excited for someone who lives here and comes to visit. Not too crazy, but it's definitely made me believe in ghosts now. When I was around 13 or so, we were getting ready to move, so a majority of my room was empty except a few posters and pictures hanging up. And I just slept on an air mattress in my room. Fast forward to the night before, the day we were going to move. I wasn't really able to sleep at all. I was feeling kind of sick and squeamish, so I kind of just laid in bed and looked around my empty room. I had a single little nightlight because I was always horribly afraid of the dark, and in the middle of me just looking around my room, a very, very, very dark shadow flew up from one of the corners of my room and went to the dead center of my room and disappeared. And all of a sudden, the pictures fell, and my poster hung with thumbtacks in all 4 corners fell down at the same time as my nightlight went out. I really can't explain how it happened, but it made me a believer for the past decade now. I also feel like something else is fucking with me because I have stuff missing all the time that I leave in very obvious spots. For example, I'll go to the bathroom and toss my phone on the bed, come back from the bathroom, and my phone is missing and will somehow be on my desk again. Same with food. I'll make soup and bring it into my room and go back downstairs because I'll forget to bring up a spoon. And when I get back to my room, my soup is suddenly cold in the 20 seconds it takes for me to go downstairs and back. It's always minor things that inconvenience me more than harm me. But I have literally no explainable reason for some of the things that happen to me. Law of belief. The law of many names, I suppose. Take, for example, the law of attraction, or the prevalence of magical practice. Both groups claim to be able to get you what you want. Many people have told me this works. So why does it work? Why is it about these practices that creates the personal evidence they work? The answer is that if you believe you will get something, you're much more likely to get it. I wouldn't say I fully understand what's going on, but I believe what is happening is something in the subconscious, and it's lining things up for you. provided you believe you will get it, for whatever reason you want to attribute to it. The next piece of evidence I want to present is the placebo effect and how science is done. The placebo effect is the medical effect of someone who is told they're receiving medication, but are in fact receiving a sugar pill in place of the medication. Now, this is entirely a product of a person's belief they're taking a medicine, as far as I can tell. The other thing that science understands well is the influence of beliefs on studies. The double-blind study is done specifically because the beliefs of an individual can affect the study in a way that produces incorrect data. So belief has an effect on your interpretation of reality. Not to detract from the placebo effect part, there are objective studies that still say it leads to better outcomes. What's interesting here is that the general law of belief has wider implications. I've suffered from hallucinations for a number of years, and I was only able to manipulate them through close control of my beliefs about them, or what they would become in the future. What's interesting is that with this proclivity to hallucinate and control hallucinations, I am able to manipulate my own senses to some degree. Where it's most useful is getting rid of pain, emotional or physical, or creating feelings of pleasure, achieved through a sort of self-hypnosis that's worked for me before, simply counting back from 10 and imagining a certain effect slowly happening and happening to a larger degree, more each second. These discoveries remind me of the Christian idea of the power of faith, because it is also the power to believe in general, not just religious beliefs. They may just be helpful as a placebo, though. In theory, if you believe a deity is healing you, the more theoretical side of me says, though, it's possible we have tapped into the potential of the placebo, mostly due to a cognitive loop that has the potential to enhance the effect. Much like my self-hypnosis technique, where effects are stacked through the belief that the effect is becoming greater than it previously was, I'm not sure you can test that with pills, though. Seems to work with cognitive effects of belief, though. The alteration of perception of reality. I hope you have a good day. This was more of a vent post than I initially let on. I suppose you can sue me. Mimic ghosts, evil entities in former home. In upstate New York, every house I lived in was haunted. The most haunted house was this 3-story house. It has an attic, a second floor, a first floor, and a basement. You can turn this into a duplex rental. Upstate New York houses are very cheap compared to New York City houses. You can get a 4-bedroom house in upstate New York in 1999 for only $70,000. You can see why the spirits never leave, murdered or not. So, this horror story happened to me when I was a little kid. We lived in that big old dying house. We didn't experience activity for 6 months, close to a year. We also speak another language, so I'm assuming the ghost didn't like us and is racist. Because the activity we got was really, really bad, and we didn't even bring anyone in the mess of the house or try to communicate with those ghosts. My former aunt sold the house for cheap, and we moved somewhere else. What's funny is the new house we moved into, also haunted. Anyways, the activity skyrocketed after living there for about 6 months to a year. It started with misplaced objects, missing objects, appearing in another room or random places in the house. It went from that to mimicking my family's voices and habits. I also saw a little girl whose face is blurred out. She was wearing an old-fashioned dress. She didn't show me her face. It was white and blurry. I saw a shadow dart back and forth. My mom saw a full-bodied ghost of a black man walking from a fireplace to the bathroom and then disappearing. She saw him at 5 a.m. when she was in the kitchen looking out into the living room. The ghost showed her his full face. She said she saw everything as if he was alive, but he disappeared into the bathroom wall. I was a little kid at the time, so I have no control over what my family and how they reacted. If I still lived in New York, I would have looked up the history of that house. It's too late now. The ghosts went from showing themselves to mimicking. The mimicking was the creepiest and scariest memory I had. I was 10 years old, and I remember coming home from school. I was alone upstairs. The dog's always downstairs at the time. The ghost watched my route and knew when I came home from school. Right when I went inside my room to change, I began to hear dogs whining and barking in the upstairs living room. I walked out to go look for the dogs. I saw nothing. I went back to my room. I heard the dogs barking and whining again in the living room. I came to the living room to look for them again and saw nothing. This ghost messed with me for about a week until I got sick and tired of it. I came home from school and I closed my door. I began to hear the dogs barking and whining again. This time, I ignored it. I got more frustrated. It kept mimicking the dogs barking and whining, like it escalated louder and louder. I never came out of my room. I kept the door shut. All of a sudden, everything went dead quiet. It grew silent. It never tried to mess with me again, but it went on to mimic all of my family's voices. Everyone in my family all saw something and heard other family members' voices calling out to them. We would ask each other, "Why did you call me?" And each time we would respond to one another saying, "No, I didn't call you at all." My brother heard me talking and calling out his name from my room, and I was at school at the time. He was homesick. He told me about it. He said he heard me talking in my room, and he went in to check and no one was there. My mom also had a dream that one of the ghosts was telling her they don't like us talking in an Asian language. She confessed years later after we moved out. For some reason, the ghosts only appear to her. I only see shadows and blurry faces and hearing mimic voices. She saw the whole face and even have dreams. This time it wasn't a black man. She said she had a dream she saw a white man came to her and told her in an English accent, "He doesn't like us talking in an Asian language. He doesn't understand what we're saying." Only me and my brother speak both languages. We always speak in English, so the ghost was able to understand. It was crazy, and it got worse and worse until we moved. We began to hear footsteps walking in the attic and around the house at night. The TV would turn on and off by itself. Doors open and close by themselves. There's a door upstairs that would not close no matter what. You close it and the next day it's wide open. This was back in the 90s, so my family never thought to buy cameras or see why the doors kept opening by themselves. It got worse to the point where each family member was being haunted by a specific ghost. My aunt kept seeing the ghost of this woman that had a routine. She would see this woman walk past her bedroom door. She followed the woman to the top of the stairs and saw the woman walk back downstairs, and all of a sudden just disappeared. She would see the ghost woman walk from downstairs to upstairs. I have a feeling that this ghost that keeps opening the door in the back, I'm assuming she might have been killed while she was in that house. She doesn't know that she's dead. I also had a dream about the same little girl I saw before. At that time, I was only 10 years old. I think that girl wanted to be friends. My brother had stolen one of my toys. I was crying and looking for it. I had a dream where the little girl in an old-fashioned dress with a blurred face came out and talked to me. She showed me where the toy was hidden. I woke up and went to the side of my grandma's bed, and there was my toy, hidden in the crack between the bed. The little girl is a good spirit, but the rest of the spirits were getting worse. I had a feeling that if we didn't leave that house, everyone in the family would die one by one. I think the ghost was angry because we split the house up and turned it into a duplex. We also rearranged everything in the house and threw away all the creepy old dresses and clothes that were found in the attic. Creepy, isolated canyon with seemingly sourceless light and sound. This happened in the American Southwest to my parents while on vacation. They stopped at a spot along the travel route to get some food and got talking to a young local who worked there. He told them about a box canyon and that it was on the way to their next stop. For those who don't know, a box canyon is characterized by being narrow, having high vertical walls and a flat bottom. To hear my mom tell it, he described the canyon with an almost spiritual reverence, saying that it was incredibly beautiful and had superb acoustics, and that he loved taking his guitar out there to play. My folks like doing stuff off the beaten path, so they decided to pay a visit. The canyon seemed to be quite isolated, with no buildings of any kind around it for miles. But by the time they parked their car and made it to the canyon's entrance, the sun was just starting to go down. They said they seemed to be the only ones there, with no unparked cars, no anything, just their own. They made their way into the canyon. After the fact, my parents have both said that they separately, without speaking of it, started to feel a touch of unease. Not totally unreasonable, as it was starting to get dark and the canyon walls pressed close on either side. Despite this feeling, they continued on until they heard the noise. My parents report the nature of this noise differently. When I ask them to describe it, their faces sort of scrunch up, like it's an effortful task, and they're still uncertain. My dad says it sounded like a person, possibly a man, speaking a low, single word that he didn't understand. My mom says it didn't sound like a word of any kind to her, just a strange, deep noise that rang out of seemingly nearby above them. It was accompanied by a brief, intense flash of pale light. Neither of them knew what it was or where previously it had come from, but they both were immediately filled with dread and an overwhelming desperation to get the hell out of the canyon. They turned around and booked it back to their car. As they exited the dark, close space of the canyon, my mom describes feeling certain there was something chasing them, and thinking that once they got to their car, they would find it sabotaged. That, thankfully, was not the case, and they were able to get in and speed away down the empty road. My mom said she didn't feel safe until they'd been driving for a while, still having that panicked but totally unsupported notion that they were being pursued. When they eventually spoke of it to one another, they weren't able to make any real sense out of what had happened. Neither of them really has a theory. This is probably pretty dull as far as spooky experiences go, but neither of my parents have a history of weird encounters or of telling tall tales. And so, it strikes me to see them both get re-creeped out by the mere memory of this incident. Paranormal Encounter or Psychotic Break, Part 1. In 2005, I left active duty military with my wife, and we moved into my grandparents' house. They had both been dead for several years, and my mom had been renting the house. My wife and I were young and didn't have much money, especially when I left the military. I lost my only income, so my mom invited us to move into my own grandparents' house to live rent-free while we got settled into the area, prepared to buy our own house. For the first month or so, it was just normal life. Nothing crazy was happening. I was still dealing with some demons from my tour in Iraq, 2003 and 2004, so I was sleepwalking, had terrible insomnia, was hyper-aware, etc. But other than that, we were just the typical young married couple. One night while lying in bed, we heard footsteps upstairs. I immediately hopped out of bed and sprinted upstairs. Nothing was there. I went around the house, checked all the windows and doors. Everything was locked. We ultimately decided maybe it was an animal, maybe a rat or something. It was a very old house, and there were likely places where an animal could easily get inside. The house was over 100 years old and had previously been a county jail. After returning from World War II, my granddad bought it from the county and had it converted into a house. The jail cell was the upstairs room. It had been converted into a closet, but the length spanned the length of the house, but it wasn't very deep. It was also just a strange long closet that they used for storage. A few nights later, while lying in bed, we once again heard footsteps upstairs, except this time, it sounded like someone was deliberately stomping the floor. Once again, I sprinted to the top of the stairs, only to once again find nothing. This would continue on for months, getting louder and louder each time, until it literally sounded like dozens of people running or fighting or something. Just incredibly loud and disruptive sounds all night, and every trip up the stairs I would find nothing. One night my wife had gone to bed early, while I stayed up for a bit. When I went to bed, I turned the lights off and climbed in. Soon enough, I was asleep, only to find my wife elbowing me in the ribs and tiredly mumbling, "Honey, you left the lights on." No, I didn't. What is she talking about? I rolled over and opened my eyes and saw the bedroom light was on. That's strange. I know I turned it off. But it was the middle of the night. I was tired, so I just got out of bed, walked over, hit the light switch, so I could see into the next room, that the light in that room was on. I never turned that light on at all, I thought to myself. So I went into that room, which was a spare bedroom that shared a wall with the master bedroom. Older houses built in the late 1800s and early 1900s would typically have a very large room with doors that would open into an adjoining large room. So, to get into the master bedroom meant walking through the spare bedroom downstairs. However, on the other side of the master bedroom, there was another door that exited into the living room. The spare bedroom opened into the den, straight ahead with the kitchen to the left and a bathroom to the right. That night, I followed every light I saw to learn that each room's light was on. Most of those rooms I had not gone into at all prior to going to bed. I chalked it up to the house being very, very old and likely having poor electrical wiring. After turning lights off, I returned to bed. As I was trying to fall asleep, the footsteps upstairs began again. Now at this point, the footsteps had become such a normal thing that they were honestly ignoring it for the most part. It got pretty intense, but I didn't bother getting up to go upstairs. Just as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard the bedroom door in the master bedroom that led into the spare room slam. It was very loud, and immediately, both my wife and I frantically sat up in bed. "What the hell was that?" my wife demanded. We both sat there in the dark. The moonlight shined through the window, just enough that we could see the closed door. "I left that door open when I came to bed," I told her. As we sat there, the footsteps upstairs began. Very suddenly, the door opened, very gently. My wife grabbed my arm, and we both sat completely still. Suddenly, the lights came on in the bedroom, and we could see into the next room. The light was also on. We both got up and walked through the house, like so many previous nights. We found lights on all over the house. Eventually, we returned to bed, but we just lied awake all night, holding one another without sleeping. We were both terrified. I won't type out every single incident, but suffice it all to say, all the above went on for months. Stomping footsteps upstairs, lights turning on by themselves, doors opening and slamming shut. It was almost a nightly occurrence. Had she not been there to see and experience these things as well, I would just assume I was having a psychotic break, which maybe I was. Maybe we both were. I don't know, honestly. We'd been dealing with marital problems for some time. I was dealing with a lot of demons from the war. She couldn't understand why I just couldn't snap out of it. We lived in a small town with very few opportunities for meaningful employment, so I struggled career-wise. Ultimately, my wife began having an affair. It was pretty obvious, and I confronted her several times. She would deny it. After some digging, I finally found evidence, and when confronted with the evidence, she finally admitted it. I told her to pack her shit, get out of my house. She did. What began next was a very long, contentious court battle. That was the least of my worries. I will interject here and tell you that later, I would learn that one of the previous tenants of the house had told my mom that oftentimes at night, she would see an elderly man walking in and out of the house. She said she would get up and turn the lights on and check the house only to find the doors locked, windows locked, no evidence of tampering, etc. But she said she regularly saw this man. One day, she came to my mom's house to drop off the rent check, and my mom was on the phone. So she motioned for the tenant to come into the house. She, the tenant, came in and waited while my mom wrapped up her phone call. My mom said when she hung up the phone, the tenant was staring at a picture on the wall of my mom's house. She said hi to the tenant, but she was unresponsive. My mom waved her hands and snapped her fingers, asking, "Hey, are you in there?" She said the tenant finally turned her head and said, "That's him," pointing to the picture of my grandfather. "That's the man I see walking around my house sometimes." Paranormal Encounter or Psychotic Break, Part 2. Now that my wife had left, I was alone in the house. The footsteps, the lights, the doors, it had ratcheted up severely. There were nights the noise from upstairs got so loud it was deafening. I would sit in bed and watch while the bedroom door slammed and opened, slammed and opened, slammed and opened, over and over again, all night. Lights would turn off and on all night. If I turned a light off, it would almost instantly turn back on. If I turned it on, it would almost instantly turn off. This began to happen not just at night, but all hours of the day and night. One night, it was all happening simultaneously. The pressure was building inside of me as it got louder and louder, and the lights rapidly turned on and off, and doors slammed violently throughout the house. I couldn't take it anymore. I ran out of the house and ran to my mother's house. I sat on the steps in front. The next morning, she saw me sitting there and came out to see if I was okay. I told her what had happened. She said, "Well, let's go see the house." When I ran out of the house, I didn't bother closing the front door. When my mom and I arrived, the front door was closed and locked. As my mom owned the house, she had a spare key. She had brought her dachshund, as well as everything with her. We all got out of the car and the dog ran to the front door and stood there, looking back at us, wagging his tail with excitement. When we reached the door, my mom unlocked it and the dog ran inside. He ran through the den to the door at the bottom of the stairs. The layout of the house was such that the main exterior door led into the den. At the rear of the den was a wall with 2 doors. On the other side of the wall, behind one door, was the spare bedroom, with the lead to the master bedroom. If you were to walk through that door into the spare room, to the right was another door. To go through that door would mean you were behind the other door on the rear wall in the den. That spot was also the base of the stairs. The dog ran to the rear wall of the den, to the door that opened to the stairs. He barked very excitedly. My mom and I walked over to the door and opened it. The little dachshund ran about 3 or 4 stairs and suddenly stopped. He stood completely still for a few seconds. Then he started barking his little head off. He barked ferociously, as ferocious as a dachshund can, as he backed down the stairs. He wouldn't stop barking. My mom picked him up and he began walking up the stairs, but he instantly began squirming and fighting to let her down. She finally put him down, and he ran back to the door that he came in through, and he waited. He wouldn't move until the doors opened, and then he bolted for the car. After a few weeks, the events in the house had gotten so out of control, it was pretty much round the clock with no break. Mentally, I had broken. Between the war, my wife's affair, and my subsequent divorce with all the unexplained things going on in the house, I was just broken. I reached a place where I wasn't necessarily suicidal, but I definitely didn't care if I lived any longer. I began abusing prescription pills such as Valium and Xanax. I was also drinking a lot. One night, sitting in the living room, the upstairs noise was very loud. I had had enough. I marched upstairs and loudly announced, "I am no longer afraid of you, whatever you are. If you're not here to kill me, get on with it. If you're here to scare me, I'm no longer afraid, so fuck off." I then sat on the floor upstairs where I remained all night. I didn't sleep at all. I just sat all night. While sitting there, the hairs on the back of my neck stood up much of the night. I had this overwhelming feeling that I was being watched, but I was mentally exhausted. I would see things in my peripheral vision, only to turn and nothing would be there. The next day, I finally went back downstairs. Everything felt different the following day. It's hard to describe, but basically it felt lighter. It was as if something had been hanging on my shoulders, and it was suddenly lifted. There seems to be less visual darkness. It was strange. A week passed and nothing happened. No noise upstairs. No lights turning on and off. No slamming doors. I started to think that my challenge to whatever this thing was had worked. One night, I was sitting in the den watching television when the noise from upstairs began. Except this time, it was louder than it had ever been. It sounded like gunfire and explosions and stampeding bulls, all rolled into one gnarly sound coming from upstairs in this house. Despite what I had said a few weeks earlier about not being afraid, was now out the window. I was terrified. I had this unbelievable sense of sheer terror. I tend to stand up and go to the door at the bottom of the stairs, but I couldn't move. I tried to move my arms, my legs, nothing. I couldn't even turn my head. All I could do was turn my eyes in the direction of the door. The sound began to move down the stairs. While the door was closed and I couldn't see, I could hear very well. It sounded like an entire football team of large men stomping their way down the hardwood stairs. Whatever was moving down those stairs was doing so violently and quickly. The door then began to shake as if it was caught between someone trying to force it open and someone else trying to keep it closed. It would just, maybe an inch or so, then slam shut. Whatever is on the opposite of that door was trying its best to get into the den where I was. Something seemingly was on the other side, where I was keeping the door closed though. Couldn't see anything. Still unable to move, I strained my eyes to watch what was happening. Finally, the door opened. What I saw was something to this day I don't understand. Paranormal Encounter or Psychotic Break, Part 3. An entity, a being like a human, but with no human features, emerged from the doorway. This thing seemed to have limbs that violently flailed in all directions. The limbs flailed so fast and so violently that it was a blur. However, sitting atop this blur was a head with a face that stared right at me. The head looked like a human head, with a very pale white skin that looked leathery. There were tubes protruding from its head, and the face of this thing, not like surgical tubes, but tubes that were static and seemed to be a normal part of this thing's body. It had 2 eyes that looked like ship portals, with cages over them. Imagine the portal on a ship with a metal barred door that closes over it, where its mouth would be. It had very long, pointed teeth with bars over its mouth. Imagine a skull with no skin and regular human teeth that are maybe 5 to 6 inches long, something like that. The sound coming from this thing was deafening, like a million screams of a million different people, all amplified to the level that is painful to the human ear. Although it moved so fast that it was a blur, it moved slowly toward the door. It seemed to be suspended in midair with its limbs furiously flailing in every direction, but it slowly moved toward my den door that led to outside. As it arrived at the door, it began kicking and banging its fists against the door. It pulled wildly at the door, trying to open it. It levitated off the floor, kicking and pounding all up and down the door while screaming furiously. I tried with every muscle of my body to move, but I was frozen. Unable to move at all, I just watched. After what felt like hours, the door finally opened, and this creature or entity, whatever it was, ran off into the night screeching loudly. The screeching and screaming sound got quieter until it completely disappeared. I sat there for the rest of the night, unable to move. I was frozen for hours, sitting on my sofa, while my front door was open and the night continued on. Finally, just as the sun started to come up, I suddenly felt a release, as if I had been bound by something from my head to my feet. And suddenly, with one motion, it was removed. I blinked my eyes. I gasped for air, as if I'd been holding my breath. As soon as I felt this release, I realized almost immediately it was still dark outside. The sun had not been coming up. My door was open and it was completely dark outside. I knew that when I sat down to watch television, it was around 10:30 p.m. When I looked at my watch, I saw that it was not yet 11. What is this? Just a dream? Had I been asleep? I lived in that house for approximately 7 months after that, before I would move out. In that time, I never heard another noise from anywhere in the house. Never saw another light go on. Never saw another light go off by itself. No slamming doors, and certainly no strange-looking creatures roaming around. When I left, my mom put new tenants in who went on to live there for over a decade. In all those years, she would occasionally ask if they ever had any strange experiences or saw anything unexplainable. They said no, everything was normal. Many years later, I would, at the insistence of a close friend, start seeing a psychiatrist to deal with some obvious PTSD. I've noticed in the last few years that there are moments where I'll hear a voice in my house when I know I'm the only one home, or I'll see something in my peripheral vision and quickly turn and there's nothing there. When I described this to my psychiatrist, she said that it was a very normal symptom of PTSD. I've often wondered if any of that was a hallucination. If so, how much was a hallucination? My first wife was someone I met in college. I pursued her vigorously and continued to be rejected for years. I finally got tired of chasing her and didn't see or speak to her for several years. Suddenly, as I got deployment orders to go to Iraq, she easily came back into my life. Was she A hallucination? I mean, I know she wasn't. We really did get together and get married, but I can't help but wonder if it was all just a hallucination from a psychotic break. I don't believe in ghosts and demons and whatnot. I'm not a believer in any god either. So to imagine there was some paranormal force seems absurd to me. Anything in my brain tells me that it was a psychotic break. But I can also admit that maybe there's something paranormal that exists below the surface. Who knows? When I was about 7 years old, in 1997, we visited family in Amarillo, Texas. We're from California. It was my mom who was driving, my dad who was passed out drunk in the passenger seat, and my older brother, 21, and my sister, 15, who were both asleep. My mom drove on the 1983 Chevy Suburban through the night, getting back to my aunt's house, about 2 hours away from rural Texas. I couldn't fall asleep, so I propped myself up between my brother and sister, since they folded the back seats to be able to lay down. It felt really late at night, and as my mom drove, you could only see what was ahead in the headlights. I remember her stopping at this gas station, and I remember because she tried to wake my dad to tell him she was going to go pump gas. He didn't wake up, so my mom just got off by herself. The place was empty and only had one pump. When my mom got off the truck, I watched her walk inside till the door closed behind her. I laid back down to cover myself in blankets because the cold air rushed in when she opened the door. As soon as I threw the blanket over my feet, 2 black figures walked around the Suburban. I could not see their faces. They knocked on the back window and ran away. I looked toward the store and saw my mom walking back to the pump. As soon as she started to pump gas, I began to look on all sides of the truck to make sure that no one was there. When she began to screw the gas cap tank back on, I heard a whisper from my dad's side that said, "Hey, little boy, unlock the door, please." That's when my mom opened her door and got into her seat when I shouted, "Close the door, lock it." As she did, she told me to quiet down or I was going to wake everyone else up. She tried to assure me that I had a bad dream. I laid back down as she began to drive away. 10 minutes in, I felt the truck slowing down. I got up to see what's ahead and see the flashing red light hanging from a wire. My mom came to a complete stop, and as she did, I saw a figure run alongside the Suburban. I leaned over past my dad's shoulder and let out the biggest scream. I couldn't see the face of the man holding onto the door from the mirror and the red light flashing. The moment I began to cry and shriek, I pointed at the passenger mirror, and she seen it too. She stepped on the gas and ran over it, but continued down the road. We never found out what or who it was that tried to attack us. I'm a 20-year-old female who lives alone in an apartment. I live in a fairly large town or small city of around 50,000 people. The apartment I lived in for only 4 months was the source of much trouble and police reports. But only now do I realize how much my life was actually in danger. This apartment is motel style, meaning anyone can walk right up to the only door. My apartment had a bedroom on one side of the door and a living room on the other. So, from left to right was my bedroom window, my door, then 2 windows in the living room. When I moved, I made sure to only tell a few people where I lived. It just felt silly for a lot of people to know. So one night, when I heard someone slam on my bedroom window, I was understandably freaked out. I got up from my bed and convinced myself it must have just been one of my friends, so I ran to the door just to try to catch them in the act. I flung open the door in my undies and my t-shirt. What I saw was a tall man running down the stairs in a bright neon yellow hoodie and black sweatpants. I called the police. They asked if I wanted to stay on the phone while they had a patrol call drive by, so I did. I turned off all the lights and found my pepper spray and a knife. I first kept looking out the window in hopes of seeing who it was, still convinced I must have known the man. I racked my brain and couldn't think of anyone I knew that tall or who'd wear that outfit. The police said the patrol car saw no one, so I settled back in my room. About 5 minutes pass and I hear a car engine start, so I peek through the blinds. A white car pulled away with its lights off and passenger door still open. I think nothing of this man for many months, other than trying to figure out who it is. Of the 4 or 5 friends who know my address, all swear they were home and gave me details to no one. I saw the car in town and the next day wrote down the license plate. Fast forward 2 or 3 months, and I'm getting home quite late on a week into school night. It must have been close to 11, because I'd left my gym at closing time. I'm normally very alert, especially at night. While driving, I'm one of those paranoid women who get into their car, lock the door, and speed off without even buckling my seatbelt or turning on the headlight sometimes. I just want to get out of wherever I am in case something was following me or whatever. The night was different. I was tired, and it was summer. So I threw open my driver's side door after parking in front of my apartment. The interior lights came on and illuminated the car so I could grab my bags. I had a backpack in the back seat, so rather than getting out and opening the back door, I turned around to grab it. When I turned back around, a tall man with his hood up was walking past my car. He wasn't there when I pulled in. He was not a tenant in my complex. I freaked out a bit and decided to leave my bags and instead made a beeline for the front door. I was settled in my bed, about to fall asleep with all the lights off, to save my laptop next. I half expected my boyfriend to come over, so I left the door unlocked in case it was late. Before my eyes closed for the final time, I peered towards the window. The slot blinds were down, but I saw the shadow of a large man on the other side. Then I heard that loud bang again on the window. I grabbed my phone and pepper spray and knife, now in my nightstand, and huddled under the window. I pulled my comforter over my head and thought about the best place to hide. Surely he couldn't see me crouched under the window with the blinds closed, but I was feeling uneasy, and having the kitchen and all my knives between the front door and my bedroom, I crawled over to the kitchen when I dialed 911. They remembered me and asked for a description of the man, which I could not give. They asked if I saw him right now, so I peeked around the wall and saw him. Now he was in my living room window, where the windows were totally bare, no blinds or curtains. He saw me see him. He's just standing there. But after making sure he knew that he saw me, he walked down the stairs. I was hoping that was the last of him. So, after a couple minutes of waiting on the police, I looked around the wall again. He stood there, no movement. I couldn't see his face in the shadows, which made it worse. He was faceless and impossibly lanky. I sobbed so quietly that my entire body shook. The cops were there quickly after and said they didn't find anyone suspicious. When they asked if I saw him at any other point during the day, I realized he was the man who walked past my car when I first arrived home. I gave the police a description of the man's clothes again, and the car I had seen before. Showed pictures as well. I never heard back from them, except for the time to vouch for me when I wanted to get out of my lease 8 months early. I didn't think much of the man until a few weeks ago. I witnessed a bad car accident and had to stay around to give a statement. Every couple of days, I would check the news online to learn more about it. I came across an article about a peeping Tom. This was happening in the complex where I previously lived. He was tall and wore dark pants with a bright hoodie over his head. He had knocked on the bedroom window of my old apartment, where a middle-aged woman now lives. Of course, They didn't name the apartment or the new tenant. I'm obviously speculating they provided details about the neighbors who had made the call. The upstairs of my old building had 5 apartments. 1 was occupied by an older gentleman, 3 by single women, and 1 by a couple. The couple called, so that left the 3 women. There were 2 sides of apartments, and 2 of the women lived in studios with no real bedroom. Calling it a bedroom window in the article makes me believe it was the 1 bed, 1 bath I used to occupy. Heard my name shouted in the woods in rural Michigan. So I'm going to start by saying I'm basically a skeptic when it comes to the paranormal. Although I love hearing stories and listening to others' points of view when it comes to that kind of stuff. This is why I'm having such a hard time understanding what happened last September. My dad, grandma, grandpa, and I were attending my cousin's wedding in a small rural town just outside South Haven late last summer. We rented a small house in town, which was located in a very wooden area just off a small lake. Something felt extremely off as soon as I got out of the car of our rental property. That's the best way I could describe it. Something felt off, and I was immediately uneasy. But being the skeptic that I am, I shrugged it off and chalked it up to being tired and anxious. The night we arrived, my dad and I were having a smoke outside and noticed how weird everything sounded. It was about 11 p.m. and there was no one else around. The trees were crackling incredibly loud, and we were hearing strange animal noises. But nothing too out of the ordinary, just the type of animal noises you would hear in rural Michigan. But they just sounded particularly strange to us for some reason. We said our goodbyes and went to bed. The next morning, my dad told me that he went outside for a smoke at around 2-ish in the morning and heard what sounded to him like someone close by banging on metal siding. He said it sounded like it was just next door, but he didn't hear anything leading up or preceding the loud bang, like footsteps or anything like that. We shrugged and laughed it off. The second night was when I heard the thing that I still can't stop thinking about 6 months later. It was about 11 p.m., midnight, and I was having my last smoke of the night. My grandparents were already asleep, and my dad had just gotten into bed, but still awake watching TV. I, sitting on the stairs outside of my back of my house, looking straight out into the backyard, I heard someone shout my name in a very abrupt manner, loud and fast. It sounded like they were shouting toward me from the front of the house, like they were standing on the front porch shouting for me, knowing I was at the back of the house. It sounded like my dad, but it couldn't be him, because I didn't hear the front door open or close or anything. Being a skeptic, I reminded myself to stay calm, and I quickly walked back into the house. My dad was sound asleep. There was no way by that time I got to him that he'd have gotten back into bed. I woke him up and asked him if there was anyone outside screaming my name. He looked confused and said, "Of course not." I started to get really freaked out at this point. I tried to go to bed, but couldn't get that scream out of my head. I was up all night trying to figure out what had happened. I was honestly contemplating leaving, getting a hotel room somewhere close by and returning in the morning. Miraculously, I must have fallen asleep sometime around 3 a.m. We woke up the next morning, and I was so ready to get the hell out of that town. As soon as we left, the uneasy feeling I had the entire weekend disappeared. When I returned to work the next day, I told my coworker the weird experience I had. Her face immediately dropped. She proceeded to inform me that this is quite common in the Appalachian area regarding cryptids and other types of creatures. Apparently, they try to get your attention by mimicking someone close to you, and when you look at them, they kidnap you or something along those lines. But I was in Michigan. I tried to look up information about the town I was in, but didn't find anything remotely interesting. Has anyone had any similar experience? I may have told a brief version of this story before it for Reddit. I'll give all the details anyways. Before my parents were divorced, I would spend a lot of time with them. Especially for my age too. I was around 5 or 6 at this time. I was so accustomed to spending time with them that I'd always sleep with them at night. Not because I was scared, I just liked being with my parents. So, at night, my parents turned off all the lights in the house and kept the room doors open. So, I wake up one night and discover that the hallway outside my parents' room had the light on. Then after staring at the light for a few seconds, I noticed this shadow run back and forth the right wall. This occurred for about 20 or 30 seconds. At first, I wasn't scared, more or less curious. I really like dinosaurs at this age, still do, and I'm 17. So I liked the shape of the shadow. If I had to give it a more specific shape, I would say the red demon from Insidious matches it rather well. Not the color, just the body shape. Only really, really slim. Anyways, this proceeds to happen throughout my childhood. Every night I would wake up, I stayed awake until the shadow roamed the halls, and then I fell back asleep. Fast forward 5 years, my parents divorced and my sister and I don't have a good relationship. We're always fighting. We were 10 and 12. So one day she decides to pushes me into the basement, which is a concrete room with lots of boxes and broken items, and locks the door while turning the lights off. After banging on the door and begging to come out, I turn around and see the same figure. It's 2 feet away, without a face. It's just the black figure. As I'm having a freak out in my mind, I started to hear noises and voices, very subtle but real. It's looking down on me, and I'm stunned with fear. I cried silently for the 3 hours I stayed in the room with that shadow looking at me until my mother returned home to scold my sister and rescue me from the basement. Every now and again, I see this figure randomly in my head or in school. It obviously scared me. To this day, I'm terrified of the dark, and I have the same emotions whenever I think about it. Even now as I'm typing, I feel unsafe, as if it's still watching me. So there you go, Reddit. My worst fear and experience. When I was a young kid, I would have dreams about the future, sort of like Deja vu, except that I would remember entire conversations, say a 3 to 5 minute period of time. They didn't come in any order, though. I could have dreamt about it the night before or a couple of years ago. They were always, from my point of view, like I was the camera. Anyway, these moments would suddenly happen, and a cold shiver would go down my back, and I'd suddenly remember everything everyone was going to say for the next few minutes. The scene would play out, everybody including myself saying all the lines exactly as I remembered. It was the most bizarre experience. It happened often enough that I started to think about the implications. Cause and effect, fate. What can I say? I was a weird kid. I decided to try an experiment. I was going to try to change the course of one of these moments. Eventually, one happened while I was talking with some friends in 4th or 5th grade. I tried to figure out what, because there's a kind of compulsion to say, what I was going to say during the conversation, which only makes sense. You would say what you would say because it's what you would say. See how weird it gets? What I did manage to do was simply not say my line during the conversation as I remembered it. And what happened? Nothing. The conversation continued exactly as I remembered it, as if nothing had changed. Now there's all sorts of existential conclusions that can be drawn from this little experiment. What I took away from it was that fate was a real thing and not changeable. I still don't know how I feel about that. When I hit puberty, this gift, or whatever you'd call it, vanished without a trace. and what it was replaced with was chronic depression. Yup, that's right. Cool X-Men power was replaced by a long-lasting mental illness that I'm still taking medication for and still isn't under control at all. 30 years later, fuck you, fate. I still had these remembered moments as I get older. As time went by, they came less and less often until the current day when it's been a decade since it last happened. This could be the first scene of a movie, and as the movie goes on, the same thing keeps happening, but with multiple different types of assailants. And only when the protagonist is alone, she starts carrying various things for self-defense. But none of the angry people ever actually attack her physically, just generally terrorize her. So she starts taking video of every move and shows it to the cops. But the cops can't find a thing about any of these people. It's like they don't exist. They do, though, and they damaged the protagonist's house and car, appearing out of seemingly nowhere more and more often. It isn't that no one believes her, it's just that they can't process what's going on. Eventually, she snaps. She gets a bunch of doomsday prepper stuff together and hires a helicopter to drop her in the middle of the woods, far away from civilization. She takes a veritable arsenal of weaponry and gets dropped off at a treehouse she had purchased after selling what remained of her home and vehicle and cleared out all of her savings. Everything will be fine now. The people are gone, things are fine for a week, and then, one night sitting on her porch, she hears it. Footsteps from all directions, closing in. In absolute horror and shaking with rage, she looked through her binoculars, and every single one of the people she had encountered is there, as well as many new ones, standing silently encircling the treehouse, grinning like maniacs. She loads her weapons and waits to see what they'll do. They stand there, not moving or doing anything. For days. Finally, she goes berserk and shoots one of them. They all snap into a rage and begin charging the tree, screaming wildly. So she keeps shooting, and they keep coming, from all directions, more and more. Just regular-looking people, but clearly not. After fending off hundreds of them, she runs out of bullets, and with only one person left, it's an old woman who starts laughing, then jumps onto the tree, and is actually climbing it. Shit! But she can't get through the fortifications, can she? No, she just stays on the porch, menacing, doing crazy, creepy, unexpected things, until the protagonist loses her mind completely and opens the door. The old lady strokes her hair, takes her by the hand and says, "You've suffered so much, now let's go make someone else suffer." In the last scene, the protagonist is doing the same thing she originally experienced, your story, to someone else. The torment